Just above your camera.
Above my camera, link for plenary Zoom meeting, enhance inscription, transcription is on, transfer to room.
Look at your camera. Look directly into your camera. Above it.
Members, time is now 2 o'clock.
Recording in progress.
Think we should get started. Greetings to all honorable members on the platform. I wish you all a very good afternoon and hope that wherever you are keeping warm and safe. And I now declare the session open. I bow to the House. And I would like to remind honorable delegates that rules, in particular sub-rules 21, 22, and 23 of Rule 103 would apply. Honorable delegates, I will now give you an opportunity to observe a moment of silence, prayer, or meditation. Thank you. Thank you, honorable members. We shall now proceed. Honorable delegates, I will now allow an opportunity to delegates to give notices of motion for 20 minutes in total for notices of motion and motions without notice. I have the list of delegates who have indicated that they would like to move notices of motion and motions without notice, and I shall start with the notices of motions, and I would like to call upon the Chief Whip, Honorable Moimang, to proceed with these motion of notice.
Greetings to yourself, Deputy Chairperson, and honorable members on the platform. I hereby give notice on behalf of the African National Congress that at the next sitting, I shall move that the Council debates the worrying rise in political killings as South Africa heads towards local government election. And knows with utmost concern the reports of the Global Initiative Against Transnational Organized Crime, sometimes shortened to Global Initiative, an international non-governmental organization based in Geneva, which show that 25 people have been killed in South Africa recently in what are described as politically motivated killings. And lastly, that the House takes this opportunity to express its utmost concern about the growing matters of political office bearers as a serious attack and affront to our hard-earned democracy. I so move, Honorable Deputy Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Moimang. The next notice of motion is from the Honorable Sitole.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chairperson. If you allow me, because I'm traveling, can I keep on my camera off?
Can you just switch it on for a second or two so that we see you?
Okay. Can you see me?
Yes, thank you. You may switch it off and continue.
All right. No, thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chairperson, and greetings to honorable members on the platform. I hereby give notice on behalf of the African National Congress that at the next sitting, I shall move that the Council, number one, debate the growing financial squeeze faces South Africans' household caused by high cost of living. Number two, note that the last month statistics South Africa revealed that consumer inflation increased to 5%, its highest level since June 2024. And number three, acknowledges that the latest cost of living report from the Competition Commission also shows that the prices of essential services have increased significantly in recent years, adding further pressure on household finances. I so move. Thank you so much, Honorable Deputy Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Sitole. And the last notice of motion will come from the Honorable Masumba.
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson. I hereby give notice on behalf of the African National Congress that the next sitting shall move that the Council debates the state of the Cape Town Municipal Planning Tribunal, which is criticized for operating under a veil of secrecy and for blatant disregard for the national legislation. 2 notes that although the Special Planning and Land Use Management Act restricts tribunal members to a 10-year maximum term to safeguard independence, the City of Cape Town amended its municipal planning bylaws to remove these term limits, allowing favored members to be reappointed indefinitely and to serve effectively for life. And thirdly, further notes that the several investigations have revealed a lack of public records regarding members' official employment, background qualification, or potential conflicts of interest. I so move. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Masumba. Honorable delegates, that brings us to the end of notices of motion. We shall now proceed to notices of motions without notice. And the first honorable member is the Honorable Moimang. Motions without notice. Honorable Moimang.
Okay, again, greetings to yourself, Deputy Chairperson and honorable members. Honorable Deputy Chairperson, allow me to rise without notice on behalf of the African National Congress that this August House one notes with utmost concern the persisting and disturbing high levels of gun and gang violence in our country, South Africa, resulting in a number of fatalities and thereby also overwhelming local law enforcement and forcing the presidency to deploy extra force, militarily and police force. Number 2, further notes that while gang violence is a crisis primarily concentrated in the Western Cape, specifically Cape Town, Cape Flats, and the Gauteng province, many parts of our country, such as Eastern Cape and KwaZulu-Natal, continue to face gun-related matters driven by lucrative tax routes, drug theft wars, extortion rings, and deeply rooted systemic poverty. And lastly, the House to further acknowledge that the persisting high levels of gun and gang violence in our country, South Africa, have left many communities shaken, with multiple levels of lives lost and taken daily, and frequently catching innocent bystanders and children in the crossfire. I so move, Honorable Deputy Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Moimang. Are there any objections to that motion? There being none, the motion will be printed in the order paper. Thank you very much, Honorable Moimang. We move on to the next motion, and that is from the Honorable Molokome.
Thank you, Chairperson, for the opportunity, and good afternoon to your good self and honorable members on the platform. Deputy Chair, I hereby move without notice on behalf of the African National Congress that the House notes with pride the report from the Institute of Municipal Engineering of South Africa, which highlights the achievement of women engineering leading infrastructure projects across the country. Further notes that although IMISA, since its funding in 1961, has never implemented formal gender policies More than 30% of its members are women, many of whom occupied leadership positions, and we are hoping that they'll reach 50%. Therefore, takes this opportunity to congratulate IMISA on the important role it plays in creating a professional home for municipal engineers, and to call on it to increase its efforts to change the face of the engineering by deliberately increasing the number of women in engineering. I so move, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Molokome. Are there any objections to that motion? There being none, the motion is agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. The next motion is from the Honorable Kesa.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair. I rise on behalf of the economic freedom fighters to move without notice that this council notes with concern that Brayton Tobet Knight, Ward 14, under the Msukwali municipality, has endured a severe and persistent collapse of basic services, particularly with regard to access to reliable water, sanitation, and electricity for a period exceeding 3 years. Further notes that the continued failure to provide these constitutionally guaranteed basic services undermines the dignity, health, safety, and socio-economic well-being of residents, in contrary to Section 10, 24, 27, and 152 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. Acknowledges that Section 152 of the Constitution obliges municipalities to ensure the sustainable provision of services to communities, promote a safety and safe and healthy environment, and encourage community involvement in local governance. Further acknowledges that the Water Services Act of 1997 places a legal obligation on the water service authorities to provide efficient, affordable, economical, and sustainable water supply and sanitation services, while empowering the Minister of Water and Sanitation to intervene where a water service authority fails to fulfill its statutory obligation. Recognizes that the continued deterioration of services raises serious concern regarding compliance with constitutional principles of cooperative governance contained in Chapter 3 of the Constitution.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kesa. Your time has expired. The motion will become a notice of motion and be printed in the next order paper. Thank you. The next motion is from the Honorable Modupe.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chairperson. Honorable Chairperson, I rise without notice on behalf of the African National Congress to move that this August House notes with concern the escalation of violence gang matters in City of Cape Town, despite the deployment of South African National Defence Force. Further notes the intersection between illegal drug trafficking and the circulation of illegal firearm in perpetuation of these violent crimes. Acknowledges that strengthening structured collaboration within criminal justice system and between communities and law enforcement agencies can go a long way towards effectively curbing this crime, and therefore take this opportunity to urge the Minister of Police to take urgent and decisive steps to strengthen interdepartmental collaboration and partnership between the security sector and communities to wage concerted and fearless battle against gangs and the proliferation of illegal arms in the City of Cape Town. Thank you very much. I so move.
Thank you very much, Honorable Modupe. Are there any objections to that motion? There being no objections, the motion is agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. The next honorable member is the Honorable Mampuru.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I move on behalf of the Economic Freedom Fighters that this House notes with concern the continued deterioration and neglect of Impumelelo Sports Center in Ward 13, the City Municipality in Sedibeng, Gauteng. Further note that the facilities infrastructure have reached an unacceptable, hazardous and state characterized by non-functional ablution system, a vandalized stadium grandstand despite active security personnel. and the cracked swimming pool basin containing stagnant rainwater and toxic algae growth. Acknowledge that the tennis, netball, and baseball courts have degraded beyond repair, depriving residents, in particular young people, of the safe and decent recreational facilities. Further news with emphasis that the sport infrastructure is vital under the National Sport and Recreation Act 110 of 1998 to develop youth talent, foster healthy lifestyle, ensure mental well-being, and mitigate systematic social challenges like substance abuse, recognizing and condemns the failure of the Lesedi local municipality to fulfill its constitutional mandate and statutory obligation under Section 4(2)J of the Local Government Municipal Systems Act 32 of 2000, which mandates municipalities to ensure community members access to essential, safe, and equitable sporting facilities. Further note that and recognize this neglect constitutes a failure to manage public assets
Member, your
responsible.
time has expired.
Thank you, Chair.
The motion will become a notice of a motion and be printed in full in the next order paper. The next honorable member is Honorable Finis.
Thank you, Chairperson. I rise without notice on behalf of the African National Congress that this August House notes with great concern the persistence of media reports about the alleged unauthorized fraudulent deductions from the old age social grants by illegal funeral insurance companies for funeral policies. Acknowledges that this is not only criminal, but also an inhuman act against the most vulnerable section of our society, and therefore takes this opportunity to call on the Minister of Social Development in collaboration with the relevant financial sector authorities and the law enforcement agencies to urgently investigate these allegations, to bring to book those implicated in these crimes and recover the money already deducted from the vulnerable victims. I so move. Thank you, Deputy Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Finis. Are there any objections to that motion? I don't see any objections, and the motion is agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. The next member is Honorable Dr. Skriphokel.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. I hereby move without notice on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that this council notes with great concern the circumstances of a 70-year-old Oranieville resident in Metimolo, Dawn Thompson, who has endured damage to her home and unacceptable living conditions for more than 15 years, linked to a persistent water leakage from the wastewater treatment plant next to her house. Notes further that the South African Human Rights Commission has communicated with and issued directives to the municipal manager of Metimolo local municipality regarding Ms. Thompson's circumstances and the municipality's responsibility to address the matter. Condemns the continued failure of Metimolo local municipality to provide a lasting solution while an elderly resident continues to live in circumstances that undermines her dignity and quality of life. Calls on the municipal manager and council of Metimolo local municipality to immediately respond and to act upon the communication and directives from the South African Human Rights Commission and to provide clear timeframe for implementation. Calls on the municipality to urgently investigate and repair the infrastructure responsible for the continued water damage and to determine what remedial actions can be provided to restore Ms. Thompson's home in safe and dignified condition. Calls for a written progress report to be submitted to the relevant provincial and national oversight structures and on the actions taken, and affirms that no resident, especially an elderly resident, should have to fight government for 15 years simply to live safely and with dignity in her own home. I so move.
Thank you very much, Honorable Skriphokel. Are there any objections to that motion? There being none, the motion is agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. The next honorable member is Honorable Modise.
Honorable Deputy Chair, allow me to rise without notice on behalf of the Mighty African National Congress that this August House notes with profound sadness and grief the death of Mr. Elias Mzi Khumalo, who chaired the Gauteng Provincial Legislature's Portfolio Committee on Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs after a short illness. Further notes that Mzi Khumalo was a dedicated cadre of the ANC who served the organization with unwavering commitment, passion, and distinction, as he carried his service to the movement and the people of Gauteng with humility, with humility and conviction. Further notes that Mr. Khumalo dedicated many years of his life to public service, where he played an important role in strengthening oversight, supporting local government, and advancing cooperative governance and in Gauteng, including serving as the Chief Whip of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature, MEC for Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, e-governance, research and development, and takes this opportunity on behalf of the House to convey its heartfelt condolences to his family, especially his wife and children, and the people of Gauteng. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Modise. Are there any objections to that motion? There being none, the motion is agreed to in terms of Section 65. We now move on to the next honorable member, and that's the Honorable Kennedy.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Greetings to the honorable members in the House. I rise on behalf of the economic freedom fighters to move without notice that this House knows that with grave concern, the persistent and horrid crisis of gender-based violence and femicide plaguing South Africa annually. Further knows that despite Section 12(1)(c) of the Constitution of South Africa, guaranteeing everyone the right to freedom and security of person, including freedom from all forms of violence, millions of women continue to live under a constant state of fear, vulnerability, and violation. Acknowledges that quarterly crime reports validate this terror, exposing a staggering 9,782 officially reported rape cases during the fourth quarter of 2025-26 financial year from January to March 2026, with KwaZulu-Natal reporting 2,589 cases, followed by Gauteng with 2,469 cases, recording the highest provincial numbers. Further acknowledge that during this month of August, designated to honor and celebrate the historic achievements and liberation of women, the reality on the ground forces South African women to mourn instead of celebrate. Recognize that this country...
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Thank you. Your time has expired. The motion will become a notice of motion and be printed in full in the order paper. Thank you. The next honorable member is Honorable Lekwase.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chairperson. I rise without notice on behalf of the ANC that this August House notes with utmost concern the persistent pattern of South Africa being used as both a destination and a transit route for illegal drugs originating from various parts of the world. Further notes that in most high-profile drug busts conducted by our law enforcement agencies at international ports of entry, the countries of origin and transit of these narcotics have been consistently identified, and that the House further acknowledges that organized international drug syndicates have established strong, sophisticated, and dynamic networks in these countries to traffic drugs into South Africa. Therefore, calls upon the security cluster to urgently strengthen bilateral and multilateral cooperation with the affected countries as part of intensifying our national efforts to combat drug trafficking and protect our communities. I so move, Deputy Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Lekwase. Is there any objection to that motion? There being none, the motion is agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. The next honorable member is Honorable Fenny.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, allow me to rise without notice on behalf of the African National Congress that this August House notice with profound sadness and grief the brutal and senseless murder of Comrade Nelson Lekolo, who was ambushed in the late hours of Friday by a gunman who riddled his body with bullets. Notes that Comrade Nelson Lekolo was a former regional chairperson of ANC Youth League in Alfred Nzo, and also serving as a district treasurer of SACP and ANC branch chairperson of Ngulana branch, Winnie sub-region, acknowledges that Comrade Xolo committed his life to the liberation struggle until his very last days. From his youthful days, where he was defined by his radical stance and defiance against injustices, and take this to extend my heartfelt condolences to the family and comrades of Comrade Nelson Lekolo, his wife, children, whose life were brutally taken away from them by a gunman devoid of moral conscience, and may his revolutionary soul rest in eternal peace. I so move.
Thank you very much, Honorable Penny. Is there any objections to that motion? There being none, the motion is agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. The next honorable member is Honorable Karika. Honorable Karika.
Just a moment, Chair. Sorry, I have a problem here with my device.
Okay, we can hear you now.
Just a moment, please. Chairperson, I hereby rise.
Can you switch your camera on for a few seconds?
Yes, Chairperson, can you see me?
Yes, okay, you may go ahead. Thank you. No, you have muted yourself, Honorable Karika. Can you unmute? Honorable Karika, can you unmute your microphone? Honorable Karika, you are muted. I don't think you can hear me. Honorable Karika, we could not hear you at all because you had muted yourself. Okay, honorable members, I'm going to move on to the next honorable member, and that's Honorable Mananiso.
Thank you, Deputy Chair and honorable members. Deputy Chair, I rise without notice on behalf of the African National Congress. Thus, this August House note with utmost concern a great sense of apprehension the senseless and ruthless murder of two anti-gang unit officers and two female civilians who were shot and killed while responding to gunshots during a police patrol in Reha Park in Gauteng province. Acknowledges the tireless work of the police who ensured that the perpetrators of this heartless crime are brought to book to face the full might of the law. Take this opportunity to convey its heartfelt condolences to the families of the police officers and their colleagues, as well as the families of the two women who were murdered in a month of Women's Month when South Africa is honoring the role of women in our society. I so move.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mananiso. Is there any objections to that motion? There being none, the motion is agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. Honorable delegates, I shall give Honorable Karika another opportunity to present his motion because we couldn't hear him at all. He had muted himself. Honorable Karika, are you still with us? Okay, I don't think Honorable Karika is with us. So that brings us to the end of motions without notice. Honorable members, before we proceed to the subject for debate, I would like to record the apologies from the Honorable Chairperson of the NCOP, as well as House Chair Hadebe, who are both in Malawi, participating in the 55th CPA Africa Region Conference. And we wish them well in the conference. And I know that they, together with other members who are there, will represent our country well. Honorable delegates, I would like to take this opportunity to welcome the Minister for Women, Youth, and People with Disabilities, all the MECs that are on the platform, together with the special delegates, SALGA representatives, and all permanent delegates to the House. Honorable delegates, it now gives me pleasure to call upon the Honorable Chikunga to lead the debate on the theme Building Resilient Economies for All Women, Leading the Future of Trade. Honorable Chikunga, you have 20 minutes.
Honorable Chairperson of the NCOP, honorable members, distinguished guests, and all women of South Africa watching from lengths and breadths of our country, I greet you all. Honorable Chairperson, in this historic year, I'm deeply honored and grateful for the opportunity to participate in and contribute to the 2026 Women's Day debate of the National Council of Provinces. Our debate takes place barely 2 days after His Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa delivered our National Women's Day address at the Union Buildings in Pretoria, the very site that witnessed the march of the heroic women of 1956 and their determination to free South Africa from all forms of gender-based oppression and exploitation. This year marks 70 years, a platinum jubilee, since more than 20,000 women, mothers, grandmothers, factory workers, domestic workers, teachers, and nurses marched side by side for a cause much bigger than themselves. Every man and woman in this NCOP stands on the broad and brave shoulders of those giants. We're all descendants of women who fought longer and harder against overwhelming odds to bring into being a democratic and collective prosperous South Africa. We have come together this afternoon to mark the Platinum Jubilee of the day on which Mam Lillian Ngoyi, Helen Joseph, Rahima Musa, Lillian Didericks, Sophia Williams de Bruyn, and the thousands whose names is yet to be recorded. The President has made a call for us to trace and ensure that every name is properly recorded in our history books. In line with this directive, we honor Nokuthula Aurelia Smelane of Bethal in Mpumalanga, a young woman who made the ultimate sacrifice for the freedom in which we now stand. We honor the sacrifices made by Ellen Cynthia Lillian Mkwena, known as Tsuma from Barberton. We honor Josephine Fezwe Bukolwane, a 40-year-old nursing sister, and Koleka Foley, a 25-year-old teacher from Port Elizabeth. We honor Happy Joyce Mashaba, a 30-year-old librarian at the University of the North, who in 1977 was sentenced to 5 years in prison alongside her husband. We honor Esther Maleka, a 33-year-old mother on SAC2 worker from Soweto, who served a 5-year sentence after being charged under apartheid terrorism legislation. Honorable members, we cannot commemorate the women of 1956 without remembering the message they carried in the form of a charter adopted in 1954, a petition they carried to the Union Buildings, and the message they displayed in their placards. Allow me to cast our minds back to 70 years ago and turn our attention to the message the women of 1956 carried and the extent to which it continues to inform our realities today. In their petition, they carried a message that read as follows, I quote, "We are women from every part of South Africa. We are women of every race. We come from the cities and the towns and from the reserves and villages. We come as women united in our purpose to save the African women from degradation of passes," unquote. In their placards, they profoundly declared that with dom passes, we are slaves. Their message transcended the pass laws. Those pass laws represented a society directly opposed to one envisioned in the Women's Charter they had adopted 2 years earlier. In that Women's Charter, they shone the spotlight on the society they envisioned. They said, "We women do not form a society separate from the men. There is only one society, and it is made up of both women and men. As women, we share the problems and anxieties of our men and join hands with them to remove social ills and obstacles to progress. The level of civilization which any society has reached can be measured by the degree of freedom that its members enjoy. The status of women is a test of civilization. Measured by that standard, South Africa must be considered low in the scale of civilized nations, unquote. Honorable members, the very theme of today's debate, building resilient economies for all, is a principal advance in the very Women's Charter of 1954. In the true spirit of solidarity, they made it clear that we women share with our menfolk the cares and anxieties imposed by poverty and its evils. As wives and mothers, it falls upon us to make small wages stretch a long way. It is we who feel cries of our children when they are hungry and sick. We know the burden of looking after children and land when our husbands are away in the mines, on the farms, and in the towns, earning our daily bread. We know what it is to keep family life going in pondokis and shanties or in overcrowded one-room apartments. We know the bitterness of children taken to lawless ways or daughters becoming unmarried mothers while still at school, of boys and girls growing up without education, training, or jobs at a living wage. We women have stood and will stand shoulder to shoulder with our menfolk in a common struggle against poverty, race, and class discrimination and the evils of the color bar, unquote. Honorable Chairperson, I now wish to turn my attention to some of the major achievements that have been registered under this democratic dispensation as part of an ongoing struggle to make the dreams of 1956 a reality. Statistics South Africa recently released verified data on the progress South African women have made since 1996. Since 1996, supported by the Constitution's commitment to equality and human rights, women have played an increasingly important role in the country's development, contributing to labor markets, education, and household leadership. Over the period 1996 to 2022, progress in the equalization of rights has been reflected in rising educational attainment, increased participation in professional sectors, and greater visibility in leadership roles. While challenges such as high unemployment rates compared to men remain, women's resilience and achievements have made a significant contribution to shaping South Africa's democratic and developmental trajectory. From 1996 to 2022, school attendance among young women increased steadily, reflecting both expanded access to schooling and the country's commitment to equalizing rights. This progress has not only narrowed gender disparities, but has also positioned women as key drivers of socioeconomic development, with more females completing secondary education and advancing into higher education than ever before. The percentage of women who completed matric or grade 12 increased from 15.8% in 1996 to almost 40% in 2022. Over the same period, the proportion of women who completed a post-matric qualification doubled, rising from 6.4% to 12.8%. At the same time, the percentage of women with no formal schooling decreased significantly from 20.9% to 7.6%. School attendance among females aged 15 to 24 also improved, increasing from 67.9% in 1996 to 73.6% in 2022. This growth reflects expanded access to education and ongoing efforts to promote equal opportunities. These gains have helped reduce gender disparities in education and have positioned women as key drivers of socioeconomic development. Honorable members, the evidence also shows that women's participation across different fields of education has increased significantly over the past decade. These gains suggest that more women are entering fields that can lead to leadership positions, influence decision-making, and contribute to economic growth. The increasing presence of women in law, business, agriculture, and engineering demonstrates both progress in equalizing opportunities and ongoing journey towards achieving parity in fields historically dominated by men.
Honorable Minister, if I can just pause you for a moment, sorry to interrupt. Could you switch on your camera for a few minutes? Some honorable member would like to see your face, and then you may switch it off afterwards. Thank you very much. Thank you. You may proceed. Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Yes. Over the past 3 decades, women in South Africa have played an increasingly important role in the labor market, contributing to the country's socio-economic transformation. Women's participation in the labor market has diversified beyond traditional roles into professional, financial, and technical sectors. Despite rising unemployment, data from Stats SA shows that there was an expansion in the number of women employed in the community and social services, finance, construction, and utilities sectors. The number of women employed in the finance sector increased from 502,000 in 2001 to 987,000 in 2022. The number of women employed in the construction and utilities sectors also increased over the same period. There's been a significant increase in the proportion of women employed in the formal non-agricultural sector from 50.7% in 2001 to 69% in 2022. This is far from enough, but it is certainly a step in the right direction for fields previously dominated by men. Honorable Chairperson, with regards to the protection of the rights of women and girls, our legislative record since 1994 is substantial, building a comprehensive shield of rights that began with constitutional guarantees of equality and the Choice on Termination of Pregnancy Act of 1996. This framework was rapidly expanded by the Domestic Violence Act of 1998, the Recognition of Customary Marriages Act, and the Employment Equity Act to secure safety, family, and economic rights. Further protections were added through the Promotion of Equality and Prevention of Unfair Discrimination Act of 2000, the Criminal Law Amendment Act of 2007, the Protection from Harassment Act of 2011, and the Prevention and Combating of Trafficking in Persons Act of 2013. The fight against violence was recently fortified by the 3 GBV Amendment Acts of 2021, which tightened bail and sentencing and expanded the definition of sexual offenses, and most recently by the National Council on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide Act of 2024. But legislation without enforcement is a promise without a delivery mechanism. Women's parliamentary leadership must drive not only the passage of laws, but the sustained, well-resourced implementation that transforms legal protection from paper to practice. Honorable Chairperson, women have particularly benefited from expanded access to housing and essential services. Between 1994 and March 2026, nearly 3.4 million housing subsidies were approved, with women receiving approximately 58% of the total. Women also constituted 59% of beneficiaries with disabilities. Together with improved access to clean water, electricity, and sanitation, these interventions have strengthened women's security, reduced household vulnerability, and supported their ability to build stable families and communities. Women have achieved substantial representation in political and judicial leadership. With regard to meaningful representation in decision-making and law-making structures, today women make up 43.5% of our parliament, an increase from 28% representation in 1994, and 43% of the executive, up from only 3 women in 1994. As of February 2023, 45% of our 253 judges are women, up from only 2 women in 1994. This includes the very first South African woman to occupy the position of Chief Justice and head of the Constitutional Court. Honorable Chairperson, this government, led by the ANC, has elevated financial inclusion from a welfare concern to a pillar of women's economic empowerment. The Public Procurement Act, now at regulation stage, designates women and enterprises owned by women as categories of 40% set asides and preferential treatment, which means that for the first time, the buying power of the state carries a statutory instruction to include women rather than a request to consider them. The Expropriation Act gives the state a clearer legal basis to to acquire land in the public interest, and land remains the foundation of all economic activities in this country. Alongside these two instruments, our support for cooperatives is deliberate. Cooperatives allow women to assemble what they individually lack: scale, bargaining power, and the capacity to meet a large order on time. But a contract without capital is not inclusion. That is the gap this department is closing. Through our cooperative financial institution, we aim to build a source of capital that women own and govern themselves, rather than one they must queue for and be refused at. Through the Wekona initiatives, we are placing women inside the value chains where the money actually moves, not at the edges of those chains where they have always been permitted to stand. On education, going forward, we will intensify our campaigns to channel as many young women as possible into science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, STEMs, where they remain underrepresented. This is not a question of aptitude. It is a question of who is encouraged, who is funded, and who is told at 14 that a subject is not meant for her. The industries that will define the next 30 years: energy, digital infrastructure, advanced manufacturing, AI, and the space economy, are being built now. And a girl who is not in that classroom today will not be in that boardroom tomorrow. On the economy, our trade fairs have taught us something no policy document could. Women do not only need funding, they need equipment, they need technology, and they need marketplace. Going forward, we will invest in shared productive equipment, and we have encouraged Wekona to build a centralized and accessible marketplace that connects women across the region to suppliers on one side and to their customers on the other. The Minister of Small Business, Honorable Stella, is doing great work in ensuring that they establish and support SMMEs. On key sectors, we'll push women's cooperatives to leverage public procurement. The state is the single largest buyer in this economy, and the Public Procurement Act now designates women and enterprises owned by Black women for set-asides. But a set-aside is only as good as the enterprise is able to answer the tender. Cooperatives are how women assemble the scale to meet volumes and the capacity to deliver on time. Our work over the next 5 years is to prepare them so that when the regulations are gazetted, women are not still assembling their paperwork. On gender-based violence and femicide, we first extend our heartfelt condolences to all victims and survivors of gender-based violence and femicide. We'll confront the source and not only the symptoms. Prosecutions matter, shelters matter, courts matter, but none of them reach the attitude that places a woman in danger long before the first blow lands. We will therefore drive positive masculinity in our schools, our workplaces, our sports codes, and our places of worship, and will support the boy child deliberately. We will not leave out the girl child, and we will do this without any apology. A boy raised to believe that a woman is his equal does not become a man she has to escape. She will not end this violence by treating the wounded alone. In fact, we will not end this violence by treating the wounded alone. We must stop producing the men who inflict it. Honorable Chairperson, I wish to close with the words of the women who gathered at the very first World Conference on Women held in Mexico City, where participating women representatives began to lay down the foundational principles for a more humane world. They said, I quote them, "Discrimination against women is incompatible with human dignity and with the welfare of the family and of society, prevents their participation on equal terms with men in the political, social, economic, and cultural life of their countries. And it is an obstacle to the full development of their potentials of women in the service of their countries and of humanity. Taking into account the role played by women in the history of humanity, especially in the struggle for national liberation, we stress that greater and equal participation of women at all levels of decision-making shall decisively contribute to accelerating the pace of development and the maintenance of peace. They called on us to recognize that women of the entire world, whatever differences exist between them, share the painful experience of receiving or having received unequal treatment, and that as their awareness of this phenomenon increases, they will become natural allies in the struggle against any form of oppression. In South Africa, the liberation story has always been a woman's story. As South Africa, we believe that a woman's voice is a political force, a woman's dignity is a human right, a woman's courage can move a nation. The struggle for women emancipation continues. Aluta continua. I thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Minister, and good afternoon to you, to all the honourable delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Honourable delegates, the next participant in the debate speaks on behalf of the African National Congress. It is the Honourable Ndlangisa Nodada, and the Honourable Member has been given 13 minutes to put forward her position. Honourable Ndlangisa Nodada.
Thank you, House Chair. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Deputy Chair, Chief Whip of the Council, honorable members, honorable ministers, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon to you all. I am much delighted to debate on this women's debate. It gives me pleasure because women issues are always in my heart. The theme for this year's Women's Day is Empowered Women, Empower the Nation. This theme, honorable members, is much relevant to the country's priorities. It is well known that amongst everything articulated, that among the priorities of this government, women are always on top. Women must be empowered to take leading positions in all what we do. Our priorities advocates that in every platform, women must be given leading roles, because with women leading, the country and everyone become empowered. Honorable House Chair, South Africa have moved a lot in empowering women. Ever since the dawn of democracy, women representation and empowerment became one of the priorities of government. There is good movement, though women are still strongly advocate for the protection of women by systems. Women must be more represented in the spaces where those systems are designed, implemented, and governed. Honorable members, the democratic government has achieved a lot on women's equality. Today, we are members of parliament as women in legislatures. We also see women leading in municipalities, some as mayors, speakers, MMCs, and women are also leading as ministers, deputy ministers, MECs in provinces, premiers, and we appreciate all that. We have women leading in justice and everywhere. The democratic government has assured that even in the government departments, women must be prioritized in senior positions like CEOs, DGs, and etc. And they must be made to lead. Women participate even in the economy of this country, but we still need much focus on the next generation of women leaders. This government needs to identify, mentor, educate, and participate and capacitate young women to take up leadership positions, not only in politics, but in economics, science, medicine, law, technology, and in public administration. Honorable House Chair, we are facing feminization of poverty and inequality. We need to address the gender pay gap and workplace discrimination. Women must be made to access education, improve skills development, get funding in the markets and entrepreneurship opportunities. There must be improvement in making sure that women women-owned business are established and make sure that women access government and private procurement. Honorable House Chair, rural and poor women are mostly affected with gender-based violence and femicide because they find it incredibly difficult and traumatic to access justice, mostly because they depend on the abusive husbands for their livelihoods. Government needs to make sure that justice system is victim-centered, accessible, efficient, and accountable. Cases involving gender-based violence must be dealt with effectively without unnecessary delays. Honorable members, we must also highlight on the cultural barriers to women empowerment, which is mostly prevalent in the rural areas where women are placed as second to males because of some cultural behaviors. As government, we need to deal with the stereotypes of cultural barriers that make women accept that they are inferior than men. Traditional councils mostly drive stereotyped cultural rules that are much oppressive to women. If I can make an example of something that it's been long happening and we are failing to address as women. If a woman loses a partner or a husband, she's supposed to mourn for a year, sitting down, being separated from people and activities, as if she is the one who killed the man. While men will be free even during the mourning period in preparation for the funeral. These are some of the cultural barriers that needs to be done away with. All these are hindrances to women empowerment. Honorable members, besides the 1956 Women's March, women have laid foundations even to the Freedom Charter, as the Honorable Minister have just alluded to. In 1954, women leaders like Lillian Ngoyi, Helen Joseph, and Ray Alexander and the others drafted a women's charter wherein they demanded equal pay, equal voting rights, and removal of discriminatory marriage and property laws. When the Freedom Charter was adopted in 1955, women's core demands such as equal pay for equal work, full democratic voting rights for every man and woman, and maternity and child welfare provisions were woven directly into the text of the Freedom Charter. The demands of the Women's Charter of 1954, honorable members, went on to influence much in the South African Constitution of 1995. We as women, we are proud of that. As I conclude, Honorable House Chair, I would like to invite all women in this House to continue fighting for women's rights. As women of 1956, 70 years ago, which paved the way, marching side by side for the issues affecting women across racial lines and across party representation, did. Watinta bafazi, watinta imbokodo should be the slogan that must continue to unite us as the South African women. I thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Honourable Member. Honourable Delegates, the next participant in the debate is the Honourable Du Plessis, speaking for the Democratic Alliance. Honourable Du Plessis.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Honourable House Chair, Ministers, MECs, members and fellow South Africans, there are a few moments in history that most of us wish we were a part of. For me, the one moment that I wish I could have seen with my own eyes was August 9th, 1956, when 20,000 women stood in silence at the union buildings to protest the passed law. Imagine that moment when the silence broke, first with a whisper, and then with a roar. Watinta bafasi, watinta impokodo. You strike a woman, you strike a rock. And in that moment, the world listened, mostly in discomfort, as these powerhouses found their voices and used it to declare war on discrimination and on injustice. Their voices reverberated for decades until the chains of apartheid were finally broken. And today, without any discomfort, they are celebrated as heroes, ordinary women standing up against an oppressive and patriarchal regime. These women, like many others, changed the narrative about where women belong. And since their moment of bravery, apartheid fell, and all women have been able to vote. Women further have voices in rooms where decisions are made that determine the future of the country. The progress has been exponential, showing how deep the discrimination lay. However, the progress is not enough. The progress is truly not enough. With the quarterly labour force survey reporting that women, especially young black women, have the least access to their economy. This not only makes no moral sense, but it further weakens the economy. With international trends showing that when women have access to economic opportunities, it drives economic growth. It also boosts productivity and reduces poverty. And according to the United Nations, a true turnaround on closing the gender gap in economic activities can exponentially grow the GDP, stimulate entrepreneurship, and improve health and education outcomes throughout and across generations. This positive economic impact starts with diverse teams and leadership that improve corporate innovation and business productivity. And on a more personal level, women reinvest a high share of their income into their families and into the communities. The impacts stretch beyond this, but depend largely on better education and living conditions for women, thus raising the overall labour productivity in our country. Yet, in South Africa, the demographic group with the highest new infections of HIV/AIDS is young women between the ages of 10 and 17. The speculation is that older men prey on these young girls and infect them for life, with the resultant pregnancies forcing young girls out of school and with little to no chance of getting a formal education to allow access to economic opportunities. Just for a moment of power and pleasure, these men aggressively take away from these children, these young women. And in the words of Simone de Beauvoir, no one is more arrogant towards women, more aggressive or scornful than a man who is anxious about his virility. Gender-based violence and femicide has increased in South Africa. More men than women access higher education, despite the majority of the population being women. Corrective rape is still accepted and even encouraged at times, so that men anxious about their virility can teach a lesbian what she should be doing, committing both assault and a hate crime against a woman who rejected the patriarchy and in the minds of those who do not wish to understand the complexity of life. This makes sense. Marital rape is still prevalent. Transgender women are beaten or worse. No, the progress is not enough. And it's only lip service when we can't even finish the woman's living monument in Tshwane after millions has been spent. Locally and further abroad, female genital mutilation is still practiced by forcing young girls, young children, into procedures of labia pulling or cutting off the head of a clitoris. And this mutilation is thought to make sex better for men, not women. However, what is often more shocking is that it is the mothers of these young girls who take them to the procedure. This is not the only case where women become part of the perpetuation of oppression of other women. And I have spoken often about men needing to do better, and I maintain that. But so do women. Women need to create more space for each other. We should not be shaming each other when we do not please the man. What is worse is today, 70 years after 20,000 women showed that they could change history, that they could bring down a regime, that their silence had become a whisper and then a roar, crumbling the foundations of a depraved system. Today, 70 years later, we are still debating whether there are benefits of economic inclusion, as if women have not shown their power already. Today, let our silence become a whisper, and then our whisper become a roar. A roar that reverberates through this and future generations. A roar that protects the young girl, each woman, each gogo, so that they can become the rock and that they can have true equal access. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable du Plessis. Honourable members, we continue with the debate. And speaking now for the executive, we have the Minister of Small Business Development. That's the Honourable Ndabeni Abrahams. Honourable Minister, you have 15 minutes. Minister Ndabeni Abrahams. Honourable delegates, I do note that the Minister is online, possibly struggling with a connectivity issue. So if we can then go to the Honourable Gasa from the Mkhonto weSizwe Party and receive the MKP's inputs for the next 8 minutes, and we can then come back to the Minister if she's available then. Please proceed, Honourable Gasa.
Greetings, Honourable Chair. May I switch off my camera?
Yes, you gave us a very brief glimpse of yourself. If you can just give us a slightly better view, and then you're welcome to, that's fantastic. Thank you very much. You're then welcome to proceed with your speech with your camera off if you need. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. May I switch it off? The President Zuma Esenkandla, the NCOP Chief Whip, Honorable Lungi Mhlongo, and the enemies of Stellenbosch Mafia. The Progressive Caucus, I greet you all in the wonderful name of Jesus Christ. Honorable Chair, as we mark 70 years of women's struggle, sikwenza lokho sikhumbula omama abaphula umgogodlo wobandlululo yeminyaka eyadlula. Lapho abantu bakithi kwakumele behle benyuka namadompasi. Minyaka yonke lolu suku siyalibungaza, kodwa imiphumela asikakayiboni. Abantu besifazane basalokhu besacindezelekile njengoba becindezelekile kudala. It is a revolutionary reminder that no nation can prosper if it continues to take from women without giving back dignity, opportunity, and justice. It is a fact that when we invest in women, society benefits as a whole. I trust that the discussions will inform how we move forward and break the bonds of colonialism while building the country and the continent we want. This indeed reflective of our commitment to our continental vision of becoming an integral, prosperous, and peaceful South Africa, and as well as the entire continent. Honorable Chair, the economy is still concentrated in the hands of a few in South Africa, which is where you see obscene opulence on the other hand and extreme poverty on the other hand. In South Africa, we still have the triple challenges of unemployment, poverty, and inequality, which disproportionately affect women for far too long. The women of South Africa have carried the burden of this nation on their shoulders, in our homes, in our communities, in our workplaces, yet remain the most underpaid, the most vulnerable, and too often the most forgotten. Honorable Chair, what needs to be done then? We must give women access to land. We must give women economic power. We must give women safety in their homes, in their streets, and in their workplaces. We must give young girls the freedom to dream without fear, access to funding and financial resources, ownership of land and productive assets, skills and align with the modern economy, real opportunities to participate in industry beyond survivalist activists, sorry. Because when we give to women, we do not lose, but we gain. We gain stronger families, we gain thriving communities, we gain a just and prosperous nation. This must not just be another slogan to appease women. It is a call to conscious, it is a call to act. Honorable Chair, we must focus on empowering Blacks and African women in particular in order to take advantage of the opportunities presented by what promises to be the century of Africa, which talks to the potential for significant growth, development, and transformation across the African continent. Part of that empowerment must include restoring the African values that were eroded by centuries of imperialism, colonialism, and slavery. The failures of the economic system of the world have affected African women the hardest. They have manifested common challenges for women across the country and the continent at large, such as unemployment, poverty, and inequality, created negative stereotypes and norms and values that continue to allow patriarchy to impact the lives of women and girls. The scourge of gender-based violence and femicide has become rampant. Lack of access to financing and women remaining on the margins of mainstream economy and economic opportunities. This is not by accident. It is the result of a system that has for generations pushed African women to the margins, denying them access to land, to capital, to markets, and to opportunity. Even today, the African woman wakes up before dawn, works harder than the most, carries families and communities to her back, yet remain locked out of economic power. This is exploitation, and this is not empowerment. Honorable Chair, these are delays, these are daily realities. And if we are to be honest, and we must be honest in this House, we must also acknowledge that women across the political spectrum, including women within Umkhonto weSizwe Party, are not immune to these challenges. Women in political spaces often carry a double burden. They are expected to lead, to organize, to mobilize, and represent, while at the same time navigating marginalization, exclusion, and at times internal party dynamics that do not always prioritize their voices. We must not shy away from this truth. If we are serious about women empowerment, it cannot be selective, it cannot be convenient, but it must be consistent across all parties, across all institutions, and across all levels of society. Honorable Chair, our duty as a nation is not to speak for women, but to stand with them. Let this Women's Month not be another ceremonial moment. Let it be a turning point. Let it be the moment we move from promises to programs, from slogans to solutions, because the future of South Africa will not be built on the exclusion of women. It will be built on their empowerment. As Umkhonto weSizwe Party, we stand firmly on the side of women, not in words, but in action. We believe that true liberation is incomplete without the emancipation of women. Economic freedom must be feminist in its character, or it is not freedom at all. We cannot speak of progress while gender-based violence continues to rob women of their dignity and their lives. This is not just a women's issue, it is a national crisis, and it demands decisive, uncompromising action, and we call for stronger protection for women and children, economic programs that prioritize women-owned enterprises, equal pay for equal work, and the full inclusion of women in leadership across all sectors of society. Thomas Sankara once said, open quotes, comrades, where there is no true social revolution without the liberation of women. May my eyes never see and my feet never take me to a society where half of the people are held in silence. I sense the rumble of their storm and feel the fury of their revolt. When we give to women, we gain a nation that works for all. No woman, no revolution. I thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Honourable Gasa. And let's go back now and see if we can raise the Honourable Minister for Small Business Development, Honourable Ndabeni Abrahams. Honourable Minister. Honourable delegates, we'll continue with the debate. We will now hear the inputs from the Economic Freedom Fighters' perspective, delivered by the Honourable Mashobeni, who has 14 minutes to participate. Honourable Mashobeni.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Greetings to you, greetings to the Minister and honorable members. Chairperson, namhlanje simanyene ukubhiyoza usuku lwamanina. Usuku olukhumbula amandla nenyaniso yabafazi baseMzantsi Afrika. Lo ngumhla obaluleke kakhulu kwimbali yoMzantsi Afrika, ngoba ngumhla okhumbula umngcelele wamakhosikazi angaphezu kwama-20,000 to 20,000 awaguquka amisa ngomnyama ikomkhulu lorhulumente wengcinezelo e-Union Buildings ePitoli ngonyaka ka-1956 ekhalela umthetho wezazisi owawubophelele amakhosikazi amnyama, i-pass laws. Ukuze siqonde indawo esikuyo ke namhlanje kufuneka sikhumbule apho sisuka khona. Ngonyaka ka-1956 urhulumente wengcinezelo wayezimisele ukucinizela isidima somntu omnyama, ingakumbi umfazi. Umfazi owayebonwa njengomntu ongenamalungelo, ophantsi kwendoda nophantsi kolawulo lwasemisebenzini. Ngokuhlangana kwala makhosikazi avela kwiindawo ngeendawo nangezilwimi ezahlukeneyo, abonisa umanyano olungazange lwabonwa kweli lizwe. Ukushiya incwadi zezazisi emnyango we-Union Buildings kunye nokuzula kwabo cwaka imizuzu 15, kodwa kwakuyimbonakalo yamandla, isidima nobugorha. La makhosikazi avula indlela yenkululeko esiyidingayo thina namhlanje. Honorable Chairperson, 70 years has passed since the courageous women of 1956 stood against the evil regime of racial segregation. And now, exactly 70 years after that foundational uprising, South Africa stands at a critical juncture in 2026. And while we recognize that the post-apartheid state has enacted some of the world's most progressive gender equality legislations, as the economic freedom fighters, we are saddened by the systematic inequality which still persists across all our provinces. And saddened by now, true liberation remains elusive for the vast majority of South African women. Today, Chairperson, the promise of total liberation remains unfulfilled for the masses of Black women in 2026. This is despite the existence of Section 9 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, 1996, that guarantees absolute equality, as well as the existence of pieces of legislation such as Employment Equity Act, number 55 of 1998, and the Promotion of Equality and Prevention of Unfair Discrimination Act, number 4 of 2000. These rules only look great on paper. Chairperson, it is also a painful truth that data from Statistics South Africa confirms what we see every day. Black African women suffer from highest rates of unemployment, far worse than any other group in this country. On top of that, a broken system of capitalist patriarchal forces women to carry the heavy, uncompensated load of unpaid care worker, spending their lives raising children, running households and nursing the sick without a single cent of state support. In our rural communities, Chairperson, this exploitation is made even worse by vicious landlessness, because land ownership is still locked away by white monopolies and old-fashioned patriarchal rules, Black women, and denied land tenure, keeping them economically trapped and socially exposed. To make matters worse, Chairperson, women across every single province are still hunted by an onslaught of sexual harassment, domestic abuse, rape, reproductive coercion, and obstetric violence. Chairperson, the absolute proof that women are not free in South Africa is the horrific crisis of gender-based violence and femicide. Our country's femicide rate is the staggering 5 times the global average. Think about that, Chairperson. Rape, domestic abuse, and hate crimes against women have been allowed to become part of everyday lives. And when women turn to the state for help, what do they find? A system that is fundamentally broken. Police stations lack basic forensic kits. Cops traumatized victims all over again. And sex offenders walk free because conviction rates are dismally low. This normalized cruelty proves you cannot have freedom when your body is under consistent threat and the state refuses to protect you. Chairperson, and what is the GNU's response to this war on women? It is nothing but verbally gymnastics. The GNU has built a hypocritical August culture. They print brochures, hold breakfast, and pretend to care about women for 31 days. But the very moment Women's Month ends, men go right back to their abusive women bashing ways. Chairperson, Black women have throughout the years of oppressive rule been the only group to carry triple oppression. In South Africa, the oppression of women, particularly the Black African women, has been normalized. And it is the normalization that sees women languish in cruelty and die in vain. Chairperson, look around our communities. The painful truth is that the face of poverty, landlessness, unemployment, and abuse in South Africa is Black, young, and female. Throughout decades of oppression, Black women are the only group that has carried the heavy chains of triple oppression, race, class, and gender. We have normalized this cruelty, and that is why our sisters, mothers, and daughters languish in pain and die in vain. We cannot stand here in 2026, Chairperson, making empty speeches about 1956 when the Black women is still not free. The Economic Freedom Fighters 2026 manifesto offers a radical weapon to smash this capitalist patriarchy. We are going to conduct aggressive municipal land audits to seize all unused, underutilized, and hijacked land. An EFF-led local government will expropriate and redistribute this land with a strict code allocated directly to women for farming, factories, and housing by breaking male-dominated land ownership. We are giving women the ultimate tool for absolute economic power. We are launching a massive infrastructure program and completely banning the corrupt tender system. The Economic Freedom Fighters municipality will permanently hire workers, our engineers, artisans, and cleaners with full benefits, ending the hyper-exploitation of outsourced women. Our local government procurement will strictly favor women-owned cooperatives. Black women will no longer just be consumers, they will be the producers and owners of our economy. To end the horror of obstetric violence and terrible maternal health, the 2026 manifesto will build fully equipped 24-hour municipal health clinics. These clinics will guarantee free reproductive health, dignified maternity care, and mental health support for GBVF survivors without any bureaucratic red tape. National Women's Day must stop being an annual chatting shop used by the state to hide its failures. We cannot claim to honor the heroic women of 1956 while the Black women of 2026 is trapped in poverty, landlessness, and physical terror. Codes and policies are completely useless without changing who owns the economy. True emancipation will not come from parliament speeches or fancy cooperative breakfast in August. Freedom will come when we weaponize the local government to return the land to women, in-source workers permanently, build 24-hour clinic, and achieve economic freedom in our lifetime. Only then will the rock stand unshakable. I so thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honourable Machubeni. Honourable delegates, continuing to develop the argument on behalf of the African National Congress, we will now hear from the Honourable Sithole, who has 12 minutes. Honourable Sithole.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. I wanted to say that I wanted to stand on the protocol being established, but I can't say that because my last two speakers, they established something else. But let me just firstly say that let me greet the chairperson of the House, the deputy chairperson of the NCOP, the chief whip of the NCOP, House chairpersons, honorable members, ministers in the platform, Africa Borwa Dumelang.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. If I can ask you, in accordance with our normal process, if you can turn your camera on at least for a couple of moments, that we can have sight of you, and then by all means, please continue your speech. We don't have sight of you. Your screen has gone quite black.
I'm using a different gadget here, House Chair. That is why I can't even turn on.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I suggest that you take a moment to sort your gadget out. And while you do that, we'll take the next speaker and we'll come straight back to you thereafter. Hopefully you will have resolved the issue and we'll be able to see you. Honourable Adriansa is the next speaker, developing the position of the Democratic Alliance. Honourable Adriansa, you have 7 minutes.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. Just give me a moment with my gadget. Right. Just struggling a bit here. There we go. Thank you. Honourable Chairperson, Honourable Minister, Honourable Members and fellow South Africans, good day. On 9 August every year, we celebrate Women's Day. Women, if we are honest, who didn't ask for permission, didn't wait for perfect timing, and definitely didn't have a backup plan. They simply showed up and history moved. 70 years ago, on 9 August 1956, more than 20,000 women marched to the Union buildings. Pretoria must have felt it in its bones. Lillian Ngoyi, Helen Joseph, Rahima Musa, Sophia Williams de Bruyn, giants in flat shoes. They didn't carry weapons. They carried something far more dangerous, certainty. And they left us with words still echoing. You strike a woman, you strike a rock. We've come far, yes, but not far enough. Because freedom without economic power is still a half-finished story. Our constitution promised equality, perfect on paper, but in real life, women still, in many instances, earn less than men for work of equal value. They remain overrepresented among the unemployed and underrepresented in the boardrooms where decisions are made about money they help generate. Economic empowerment means very little if women are not safe. South Africa's devastatingly high levels of gender-based violence remain one of the greatest betrayals of the promise of equality. We cannot speak about women confidently entering markets, workplaces and boardrooms, while so many still fear what awaits them in their own homes and communities. So 70 years later, we must ask without sugarcoating it, have we finished what those women started? No. That is why the theme Building Resilient Economies for All, Women Leading the Future of Trade, really matters. Because resilience isn't built in boardrooms alone. It is built in kitchens, where businesses are started on credit, in taxis, where ideas are sketched on receipts, by the informal trader putting her children through university with the income, as far as I'm concerned, a real business genius. It is built late at night by women doing the maths, the marketing, and the miracle of keeping it all going. And the world is changing fast. AI is rewriting industries. Digital platforms are flattening borders. Green economics are opening entirely new doors. Trade is no longer simply about who has the biggest factory. It is increasingly about who has the boldest idea and, of course, the fastest internet. So listen up. Women don't need to catch up to the future. Women are the future, as they were 70 years ago. They are today. But only if we stop treating women like guests in the economy and start treating women like architects of it. It is no longer enough simply to be the difference. We must think differently, innovate differently, try differently, build differently, and sometimes disrupt loudly and unapologetically. Equality isn't charity, it's economic strategy. Government must clear the road. Less red tape and more real access. Banks must fund potential, not simply collateral. The private sector must stop supporting women entrepreneurs in speeches only and start supporting them through procurement. Our universities and colleges must prepare women not only for employment, but for ownership, and all of us must mentor, open doors, and sometimes simply get out of the way. The women of 1956 did a march so that 70 years later we could admire them on posters and speeches. They marched so that we could go further. So let us build an economy where a young woman with an idea no longer asks, is this possible? She asks, how big can this get? Because the strongest economies use the talents of all their people, not half, not some, all. And until a woman is equally safe in her home, equally valued in a workplace, and equally rewarded for her contribution, our work remains unfinished. So perhaps the most fitting words with which to end are those attributed to Lillian Ngoyi. We are the women who will make history. 70 years later, let us not only remind the women who made history, let us be the women who make the future and be the rock of South Africa. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Adriansa. Honourable delegates, I note that the Minister of Small Business Development appears to have sorted out her connectivity issues. Honourable Minister, we thought you were going to miss your slot entirely, but if we can pass over to you, Honourable Ndabeni Abrahams, to take the debate forward for the next 15 minutes. You are still muted, Minister. There we go.
Thank you so much, House Chairperson, honorable members, distinguished guests, fellow South Africans, and most importantly, women and entrepreneurs of our nation. We gather only 2 days after commemorating one of the defining moments in the history of our liberation struggle, the historic Women's March to Union Building on the 9th of August in 1956. Those gallant women did not march simply for themselves. They marched for generations they would never meet. They marched so that women could have a voice, occupy spaces from which they had deliberately been excluded, and have agency in determining their own destiny. Today, 70 years later, we must ask ourselves a difficult but necessary question. What does freedom mean to a woman who enjoys political rights but remains economically excluded? What does democracy mean to a woman who can vote but cannot access capital to grow her business? What does equality mean to a woman who has skills and ambition to become an entrepreneur but cannot access markets, productive assets, or finance? And what does transformation mean if women enter the economy mainly as workers and consumers but remain underrepresented as owners, as producers, employers, and exporters? Honorable members, these questions go to the heart of our democratic project. Our democratic dispensation since 1994 has always been premised on the realization of both political and socio-economic rights. We have made tremendous progress, but democracy cannot only be measured by whether our people have the right to vote every 5 years. Democracy must also change the material conditions under which our people live. Parliament must be a living voice of the people. By taking Parliament to the people, we reaffirm that governance is not about power, but service. We strengthen accessibility because citizens must never feel disconnected from decision making. We strengthen accountability because when Parliament enters communities, it is reminded directly of its duty to listen and act. But today, we're particularly concerned with women and their participation in the economy. Honorable members, South Africa has made significant strides in empowering women. The latest World Economic Forum Global Gender Report places our country 33rd out of 146 countries. We are particularly strong in political empowerment, including women's representation in parliament and the executive. This is an achievement, our democracy, that we must celebrate and defend. But our progress on political representation has not yet been matched by economic equality. The next frontier of women's emancipation must therefore be economic power. We must move from representation to ownership, from participation to production, from survivalist entrepreneurs to sustainable enterprises, from women receiving economic opportunities to women owning productive assets and building enterprises capable of creating employment and wealth. The evidence tells us that the problem is not a lack of entrepreneurial spirit or ambition among South African women. Women are identifying opportunities, they are starting businesses, they are trading and innovating, they are sustaining households and local economies across our townships and communities. Yet, many women-owned enterprises remain small and vulnerable. Why? Because entrepreneurship does not happen in a vacuum. It happens within an economic system. And if that system restricts access to finance, access to markets, access to capital, it tells you that the talent alone is not sufficient and cannot overcome structural exclusion. Our responsibility, therefore, cannot simply be to tell women, start your business. We must ask what happens after they start the business. Can she access finance? Can she access markets? Can she access machinery? Can she participate in supply chains? Can she access technology? Can she scale? Can she employ other people? Can she export? Can she build an enterprise that eventually exists independently of government support? That is the transformation we seek. One of the greatest barriers remains access to finance. Women-owned startups and early-stage enterprises frequently have thin or no credit files, and many women do not possess immovable property or fixed assets that conventional lenders require as security. This creates what we call the missing middle. The entrepreneur has moved beyond microfinance, but does not yet meet conventional commercial banking requirements. She has a business, she has a customer, she may even have an order, but she cannot access capital required to take the next step. That is why, as the department, we are looking at creative ways to accelerate the development of collateral-light lending. Our MSMEs and cooperatives funding policy advances, amongst other interventions, a movable assets collateral registry, which would allow MSMEs to use product assets such as equipment, machinery, inventory, and other movable property as security for finance. Together with our agency, we also have a range of credit guarantees, blended finance instruments, and tailored funding products that respond to the realities faced by women entrepreneurs, though we're still short of budget. We are building on work already done. Since 2014, approximately 9 billion rands has been dispersed in funding women entrepreneurs and women-owned businesses. Over the last 3 years, CIDFA reached 495,000 women beneficiaries across various programs. Importantly, 60% of these beneficiaries were women from rural areas and township communities. Township women-owned enterprises benefited approximately 845 million rands in support, while 66 million of that went towards women with disabilities. Through these interventions, more than 563,000 jobs were sustained and created. But we must never allow a number of beneficiaries to become our only measure of success. We must ask, did the business survive? Did it grow? Did it create jobs? Did it enter new markets? Did it acquire productive assets? Did the entrepreneur graduate from dependence on government support into sustainable enterprise? Because the objective of enterprise development cannot be permanent dependency. It must be economic dependence. In grant-based programs such as Asset Assist and IMET, we ensure that 40% of program funds go to women-owned enterprises, particularly those that are in township and rural areas. These are not abstract targets. They represent access to equipment, access to productive assets, to infrastructure, to markets, and ultimately access to opportunity. We have also recently launched the Imbali for Her, a dedicated women entrepreneurship program, which provides an integrated package of financial and non-financial support to formally registered women-owned enterprises across the country, covering startups, early-stage enterprises, and established businesses with growth potential. The program has a particular emphasis on township, rural, and underserved communities. Funded with more than 800 million rands over the MTF, it offers blended finance of up to 5 million rands, which is linked to enterprise stage, viability, and developmental impact. Eligible uses include capital expenditure, working capital, business formalization, technology adoption, and market access. But finance alone is not sufficient. That is why our Women Coaching Enterprise program complements financial assistance by strengthening the capabilities of women entrepreneurs and enterprise managers. It enables women entrepreneurs to enter networks that have historically been dominated by men, because sometimes the difference between two enterprises is not talent. It is who has access to information, networks, markets, and opportunity. Transformation requires us to open those doors. Honorable members, funding a business without opening markets for that business will not deliver sustainable economic transformation. We must connect finance to markets. This is where the purchasing power of the state becomes important. The Public Procurement Act provides an important framework through which public procurement can advance transformation and broaden economic participation. As the new procurement framework is implemented, we must ensure that women-owned MSMEs and cooperatives are positioned to participate meaningfully in the opportunities created. Government buys goods and services every day. That purchasing power must contribute to building productive capacity in our economy. But our objective cannot be to create a generation of women whose businesses survive exclusively on government tenders. Public procurement must be a bridge, not a destination. It must help women-owned enterprises establish track records, acquire productive assets, expand capacity, employ people, and ultimately compete for opportunities across both the public and private markets. That is how procurement becomes an instrument of enterprise development and economic transformation rather than merely a transactional process and people as workers. We must also confront another challenge repeatedly raised by entrepreneurs, which is the difficulty of cost of doing business. For a large corporation, another form, license, another visit to a government office, or another administrative delay may simply be an inconvenience. For a micro enterprise run by a woman supporting a household, the same delay can determine whether her business survives or dies. That is why the business licensing bill currently in progress is important. It forms part of our broader framework to modernize the business licensing environment, improve consistency, and address fragmentation within the regulatory system. For women entrepreneurs, particularly those operating in informal, township, and rural economies, this matters. We want a regulatory environment that protects consumers and communities and ensures compliance with the law, while making it easier, cheaper, and faster for legitimate businesses to formalize and participate in the economy. Formalization must open doors, not simply create another compliance obligation. It must create a pathway through which a woman entrepreneur can access finance, markets, and enterprise support. Regulation must therefore protect the public interest without unnecessarily becoming a barrier to entrepreneurship. Women's economic empowerment must also mean opening opportunities beyond the sectors in which women have traditionally been concentrated. Our women must increasingly participate in manufacturing, agriculture and agro-processing, technology, and the many other areas of high-growth sectors. And importantly, they must participate in the creative industry. South African women are already designers, filmmakers, musicians, fashion entrepreneurs, crafters, content creators, and innovators. The challenge is turning that creativity and talent into sustainable enterprises and intellectual property capable of generating jobs and wealth. This is why, as the department, we are preparing to launch the Creatives Fund. We want creativity to become commerce, talent to become enterprise, and South African IP to create South African economic value. The creative economy must not be treated simply as entertainment sitting outside economic policy. It is an industry. It creates jobs, it creates IP, it creates exports, and it creates enterprises. Women and young people must be at the center of those opportunities. For generations, South African women have understood the power of collective economic action, pooling resources, supporting one another, and building livelihoods together. But our ambition cannot simply be to register more cooperatives. We need to support them by building from them so that they can be able to be sustainable and access the value chains. The women suing governments must open their own manufacturing. The women producing crafts must be able to access tourism, domestic and export markets. Of course, Parliament must help change the economy. When we bring these interventions together, we make sure that we build an ecosystem capable of moving women from survival to sustainability. That is why taking people cannot mean just bringing microphones. We urge all honorable members to support MSMEs, buy locally produced products, because when you do so, you are saving jobs, you are growing the economy, and most importantly, you are giving an opportunity to the most vulnerable that can change the status quo and make sure that every citizen that has an interest in participating in the economy can do so on an equal footing, being supported, starting with you as the Member of Parliament, and the rest of our people will follow. Thank you so much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Minister Ndabeni. I'm sure the most grateful for your inputs is the Honourable Sithole, because she's had an opportunity to get a few more minutes to sort out her camera. So, Honourable Sithole, we'll come back to you now and give you another opportunity to proceed with your inputs on the debate. If you can turn your camera on, please. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much, House Chair. Let me just continue with my debate here. The face of power is changing across the world.
Sithole.
Women are taking their rightful place in the
Honourable
halls of
Sithole.
parliament, in corporate boardrooms, in diplomacy, and in global
Honorable
businesses.
Sitole.
Can you hear me?
No, Honorable Sitole, please. I have asked you to turn on your camera if you would like to continue with the debate.
House Chairperson, I did turn on my camera with another phone and I switched it off again.
Honorable Sitole, you will need to speak into that because we are unable to see it if you if it's not triggered. So your voice speaking into that particular microphone where the camera is will be required to trigger it so that it appears on the screen. Otherwise, it just languishes in the pinned gallery. So if I can ask you to turn your camera on using the device that your camera is on, you will need to say something and then you can proceed with your speech.
Okay, House Chair.
In progress.
Can you see me now?
No, we can't see you on. Right, there we go. If I can ask, I can see half of you, Honorable Sitole. There we go. Right, thank you very much, Honorable Sitole. Please, if you can proceed with your speech. Thank you. No, you've now muted both devices. You'll need to unmute one of them. Honorable Sitole, please unmute the device that you're going to be using to deliver your speech and proceed.
Okay, thank you very much, House Chairperson.
We can hear you.
The face of power is changing across the world. Women are taking their rightful places in the halls of parliament, in corporate boardrooms, in diplomacy, and in global business. They are no longer asking for permission to lead. They are leading with confidence, vision, and purpose. South Africa has been at the forefront of this transformation. Our democracy was built on a sacrifice of courageous women who refused to accept injustice. They challenged oppression, they broke barriers, they changed the course of our history. In this house, we stand on the shoulders of giants. Mama Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma and Mama Stella Nomzamo Sikau, among the first women ministers of democratic South Africa, helped lay the foundation for those of us who serve here today. They show that leadership knows no gender. They prove that wisdom of the Kenyan proverb, a mother's strength is like a baobab deeply rooted and impossible to break. Because of pioneers like them, women today occupies more than 44% of the seat in parliament and provincial legislatures. This is not just a statistic. It is a reflection of a democracy that recognizes the value of women's voices in shaping our nation's future. But representation is only the beginning. The progress we celebrate today extends beyond politics. Across the economy, South African women continue to redefine what leadership looks like. Mary Vilakazi became the first woman to lead one of our country's big 5 banks as Chief Executive Officer of First Rand. And Mpumi Madisa has successfully led one of South Africa's largest listed companies as Group Chief Executive of Bidvest. Their achievement sent a powerful message to every young girl. There is no profession, no boardroom, and no office beyond your reach. These women did not succeed by chance. They succeeded because those who came before them opened doors, challenged stereotype, and refused to accept that leadership belongs only to men. Today, it is our responsibility to ensure that those doors remain open for generations to come. Honorable members, while we celebrate these milestones, we must also confront an uncomfortable reality. For far too many women, equality remains a promise rather than a lived experience. Gender-based violence and femicide continues to cast a dark shadow over our nations, Women still faces discrimination in the workplace. They continue to carry the burden of unequal pay, limited economic opportunities, and deeply entrenched patriarchal attitude. These challenges remind us that struggles for equality is far from over. The women who marched to the Union building in 1956 did not march for symbolic victories. They marched for justice. They marched for dignity. They marched for freedom. They marched believing that future generations of women will enjoy opportunities they themselves had been denied. That generation passes the baton to us. It is now our responsibility to confront gender-based violence with agency, to expand economic opportunities for women, to remove every barrier that prevents women from participating fully in society, and to ensure that equality exists not only in our laws, but in the daily lives of our people. Honorable members, women leadership must never be reduced to individual achievement. It must translate into better policies, stronger institutions, and improved lives for all South Africans. When women lead, communities benefit. When women participate equally in the economy, countries grow stronger. When women are represented in decision-making, democracy becomes more responsive and more inclusive. That is why we must continue to push boundaries. We must dismantle patriarchy wherever it exists. We must reject outdated stereotypes that seek to limit women's potential. Above all, we must create a South Africa where women occupy the highest office is no longer viewed as extraordinary, but as entirely normal. The African National Congress has consistently championed women's representation through deliberate policies and political will. Women have served as ministers, speakers of the National Assembly, deputy speakers, premiers, judges, members of parliament, and leaders across government. This demonstrates that transformation does not happen by accident. It requires commitment, it requires courage, and it requires action. We encourage all political parties to deepen their commitment to gender equality and ensure that women are not only represented but empowered to lead and to shape the future of our country. Honorable House Chairperson, the measure of our democracy will not be how many women occupy seats in this House, but whether every woman in South Africa can live freely from fear, enjoy equal opportunity, and realize her full potential. That is the unfinished business of our generation. Let us honor the legacy of Mesharot Makleke, Lillian Ngoyi, Helen Joseph, Rahima Musa, Sophia William De Bruyn, and the countless women who refuse to accept injustice. Let us match their courage with action. Let us build an economy that works for women, a society that protects women, and a nation that values the leadership of women. The struggle for gender equality did not end in 1956 nor in 1994. It continues today, and it is our responsibility to ensure that the next generation inherit a South Africa where leadership is determined by talent, not gender, where every girl knows that their voices matters, and where every woman can rise without barriers. When women rise, South Africa rises. When women lead, our democracy grows stronger. Let us move from celebrating women's achievement to creating a society where their success is no longer exceptional, but expected. Ke a leboga.
Thank you very much, Honorable Sitole. Honorable delegates, we will continue the debate, and I'll get the perspective from the Freedom Front Plus, which will be delivered by the Honorable Briot.
Thank you, House Chairperson. House Chairperson, today we celebrate the women who came before us, but we also have a responsibility to speak honestly about the women who must build South Africa's future. The theme before us today is building resilient economies for all, women leading the future of trade. And those are inspiring words, but resilient economies are not built through slogans. They are built through opportunity, certainty, safety, and good governance. Statistics South Africa reminds us why this debate matters. In the second quarter of 2025, 35.9% of women were unemployed, compared to 31% of men. And only 54.9% of working age women practiced in the labor force, compared to 65.6% of men. That's more than 1 in 4 employed women that work in vulnerable forms of employment, often without contracts, without pensions, and without medical aids. Dit is nie omdat Suid-Afrikaanse vroue nie bereid is om te werk nie, inteendeel. Vroue is entrepreneurs, boere, onderwysers, ambagslui, professionele persone en sake-eienaars. Hulle hou gesinne aan die gang, bou gemeenskappe en dra reeds die ekonomie op hulle skouers. Maar die grootste struikelblokke vir vroue is nie 'n gebrek aan talent nie. Dit is 'n staat wat sy basiese verantwoordelikhede versaak. How can women lead trade when freight rail is collapsing? How do women grow businesses in municipalities when they cannot provide clean water, reliable electricity, or safe roads? How do women invest when crime threatens their employees and customers every single day? Economic resilience begins with a capable state, not an overbearing one. Die VF+ glo dat vroue sterker gemaak word deur meer regeringsbeheer en bureaukratiese programme te verminder. Vroue word sterker wanneer die regering uit die pad staan, wanneer entrepreneurskap aangemoedig word en wanneer meriete, harde werk en innovasie beloon word. Women's success should never depend on political connections. It should depend on their ideas, their determination, and their ability to compete in an economy that is open, fair, and growing. The future of trade belongs to women who can innovate freely, export confidently, and build businesses without being buried under red tape. Ons moet ook onthou dat handel nie net oor groot korporasies gaan nie. Dit gaan oor die vrou wat 'n klein onderneming uit haar motorhuis bedryf. Dit gaan oor die boervrou wat waarde toevoeg tot landbouprodukte. Dit gaan oor die jong vrou wat 'n tegnologie onderneming begin of 'n ambag aanleer. Elke keer wanneer beerdkrag, swak infrastruktuur of korrupsie haar besigheid benadeel, verloor Suid-Afrika ekonomiese groei. Government often speaks about empowering women through procurement programs. Yet empowerment can not only come from government contracts. Sustainable empowerment comes from an economy where businesses can grow because markets function, infrastructure works, investors have confidence, and communities are safe. Even where procurement targets exist, they will never replace the opportunities created by sustainable economic growth. House Chairperson, women already hold the key to South Africa's future. Hulle is die meerderheid van ons bevolking. Hulle verstaan die werklikheid van swak dienslewering, van misdaad, onveilige skole en munisipale verval, omdat hulle dit elke dag beleef. En daarom is hul stem nie net belangrik in hierdie huis nie, maar ook by die stembus daar buite. As South Africa approaches the municipal elections on 4 November, women have the opportunity to shape the future of every town, every community, and every local economy. A resilient economy begins with resilient leadership. It begins with women who refuse to wait for someone else to speak on their behalf, who stands by their principles, and who chooses leaders that govern with integrity, competence, and accountability. Vroue het tog altyd Suid-Afrika opgebou. Nou is die tyd dat hulle Suid-Afrika se koers bepaal. Ek dankie.
Thank you very much, Honourable Breert. Honourable delegates, we will now hear the perspective from local government. The South African Local Government Association is today represented by Councillor Pukunsi. Councillor, you have 10 minutes.
No, thanks, House Chair. Greetings to yourself, greetings to both ministers that are in the House, greetings to the members of the NCOP, Greetings to the Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP. Greetings to the Chief Whip, special delegates, ladies and gentlemen, greetings. We bring greetings from the South African Local Government Association. Today, as we gather virtually on this significant day, we stand on the shoulders of giants. We honor the memory of more than 20,000 courageous women who marched through the union buildings against the extension of past laws on the 9th of August 1956, led by the heroines like Lillian Ngoyi, Helen Joseph, Rahima Musa, and Sophie Williams de Bruins. As we commemorate the 70th anniversary of the historic milestone, we do so under the theme Building Resilient Economics for All Women Leading the Future of Trade. This theme calls on all of us across all spheres of government to place women at the center of economic reconstruction and development efforts. It challenges us to move beyond celebrating women as beneficiaries of economic development. It calls upon us to rethink who owns, controls, participate in the land benefits from our economy. Honorable members, it is at the local government level where the promise of a resilient economy is either realized or remains a distant dream. Municipalities are the primary sites of service delivery, economic development, and community well-being. As the sphere of government closest to the people, local government is uniquely positioned to understand the specific barriers that women face in our towns, cities, and rural villages. Ladies and gentlemen, building a resilient economy requires that we build them from the ground up with women as the architects, the builders, and the leaders. We cannot build resilient economics if our own institutions are not inclusive. The reality is that women continue to face significant barriers to finance markets, technology, procurement opportunities, business development, support, and access to information. Stats South Africa Gender Series 11, 2014 to 2024 shows that in 2024, approximately 76% of female-run businesses were operating in the informal sector. This demonstrates the extent to which women remain in an economic space characterized by vulnerability and limited access to capital and markets. We cannot talk about women leading the future of trade without talking about women who are still struggling to enter the formal economy. SALGA is committed to transforming municipal workplace to reflect the diversity of our communities. In this regard, the SALGA Women Commission plays a pivotal role through coordinating, promoting, and advocating for gender-appropriate strategies and practices within all 257 member municipalities. Through the Local Government Women Leadership Development Program, SALGA, in partnership with training institutions, equips women counselors and managers with the requisite skills and competencies to lead effectively and play a significant role in meeting constitutional development imperatives. This work and the establishment of multi-party women caucuses at the district and local level aims to move the representation of women beyond a mere number exercise to ensuring that gender-responsive planning and budgeting are embedded in municipal governance. Our municipalities as well are creating spaces where women can lead and thrive, and SALGA will continue to support these efforts. Ladies and gentlemen, again, SALGA has been instrumental in advocating for targeted grant funding from the national fiscus to support municipalities in implementing these programs. We have also forged partnership with international organizations, the private sector, and civil society to leverage resources and expertise. The partnership between the Blowback Local Municipality in Limpopo, the DBS Group, and UN Women's Entrepreneur Programs is a shining example of what is possible. The programs has trained hundreds of women entrepreneurs in financial management, business planning, and market access, creating jobs and driving inclusive growth. Honorable members, building a resilient economy for all requires collective action across all spheres of government and society. It requires that we recognize the enormous contribution of women in the informal economy. Therefore, the task ahead is to enable them to move from vulnerability to sustainability without destroying the livelihoods upon which their households depend. As the voice of local government in the NCOP, SALGA calls on the following: national government to provide adequate funding and policy frameworks that enable municipalities to support women economic participation, provincial governments to partner with municipalities in implementing local economic development initiatives, skills programs, and infrastructure projects that benefit women. Private sector to invest in women-owned business, provide mentorship, and create inclusive value chain that enable women entrepreneurs to scale their enterprises. Civil society and communities to support women leadership challenges patriarchal norms and stand unite against the gender-based violence. Our municipalities continue driving the transformation agenda, creating inclusive workplace and putting women at the center of economic development. As I conclude, honorable members, the road ahead is long, but we have made significant strides. We have progressive legislations, deliberate policies, and growing institutional commitment to gender equality. Yet we must move faster. We cannot wait another 40 years to attain gender parity. Let us recommit ourselves to the vision of the women of 1956, a South Africa where all women are free, empowered, and able to lead. Let us build resilient economies that leave no women behind. Let us create a future where every woman in every municipality can succeed, lead, and prosper. Today, we stand with the women of South Africa. We honor their courage, their resilience, and their leadership. Together, we will build resilient economies for all. Watinta Bafazi, Watinti Mbogoto, Malibongwe. Thank you, House Chair.
Malibongwe, Kialaboha, Councillor Pukunsi, thank you for your participation today. Honourable delegates, as part of our constitutional role of furthering the interests of provinces, the NCOP actively seeks the inputs from provinces into our debates. That call was answered today by the province of Limpopo, where the MEC for Social Development is the Honourable F.F. Radzilane, who will be the next participant in the debate for the next 10 minutes. Honourable Radzilane.
Thank you so much, Honourable House Chairperson. Let me greet Honourable Minister Chikunga, Honourable Minister Ndabeni Abrahams, Honourable members of the NCOP, my colleagues MEC on the platform, the representative of SALGA, fellow South Africans, a very good afternoon to you. Let me take this special moment to convey my sincere greetings, carried with deep words of gratitude on behalf of the Limpopo Provincial Government to the honorable members serving in this important House of Provinces here in Parliament of our Republic. Allow me, Honorable Chair, to further extend my regards to my fellow counterparts in various provinces representing their provincial governments. I'm ushering these courageous and gratified regards on behalf of approximately 3.5 million female residents, young and old, out of the total provincial population of about 6.6 million Limpopians hailing from the beautiful hills of Wembe district with its rich cultural heritage spanning from Limpopo River to Mapungubwe, from the district of Waterberg, renowned with its rich biodiversity, ecotourism, and mineral deposits. I am ushering my unparalleled revolutionary salutations on behalf of the descendants of Matsatsi Nchabeleng, Melidia Komape, from the land of the warriors, kings, and queens. I talk of the vibrant Sekhukhune land, from the food basket of Limpopo province, the region that gave birth and nurtured pioneers and trailblazers like Mme Happy Joyce Mashamba and Dr. Hosi Philia Mbiri in Mopane region. I'm echoing these greetings on behalf of women from the City of Stars in Capricorn District. Honorable Chair, I am elaborating in sending these regards deliberately on this important occasion as the country and the nation commemorating the legacy of women in struggle against repressive, sexist, and racist acts of segregation, as my counterparts and other honorable members has already alluded to. Actions initiated and executed 70 years ago still resonate and reverberate in our hearts. Those brave and resilient voices in the streets of Pretoria, which confronted the headquarters of apartheid, are still heard in our ears and continue to guide our actions. The slogan, Watinta Bafazi, Watinte Mbokot, remain amongst the weapons that made the colonial and barbaric apartheid regime to its knees 30 years ago. Honorable members, this year's important commemoration of Women's Month will be marked and celebrated under the theme, Empowered Women Empower the Nation, a theme dedicated to galvanize us as we remember the gallant and brave women march of 1956, whose actions, conviction, courage, and resilience was an important pointer that empowered women have the power to shape the destiny of nations, the destiny we are currently witnessing as a result of this courageous generation. Honorable Chair, therefore, as we commemorate the Platinum Jubilee, the question is no longer whether women can change the course of history. The women of 1956 settled that question forever. The question is whether we will be bold enough to build upon their legacy, whether we will transform courage into capital, whether we will convert resilience into enterprise, whether we will turn empowerment into economic power. I want to boldly state that significant strides has been made since 1994 democratic breakthrough despite some pertinent challenges. I'm grateful and also want to state that women's empowerment can be expedited by the empowered women in unison with all sectors of the society, irrespective of gender. In Limpopo, honorable members, like other places in our country, the triple challenges of poverty, unemployment, and gender-based violence and femicide continue to haunt women of our province as indicated. Approximately 45.7% to 51.6% of households in Limpopo are headed by women, placing a heavy caregiver and provider burden on females. Government and statistical reports indicate that a significant percentage of female-headed households face economic vulnerability, with many experiencing food insecurity or skipped meals. The provincial government has noted that women face persistent hurdles in accessing finance, formal markets, technology, and enterprise development tools. Programs under the 7th administration focus heavily on building resilient local economies, expanding public procurement access for women-owned enterprises in agriculture, mining, and manufacturing, and boosting skills capacity. Honorable Chair, as part of continuing with social relief, the Department of Social Development is implementing food nutrition program across the district to the disadvantaged households that mainly are headed by women through profiling by our dedicated social workers. The Limpopo provincial government, in its effort to fight and eliminate the scourge under social development, we have allocated 22.5 million to victim empowerment centers that mainly deals with the GBVF related issues. We have also made a provision to render awareness campaign that intends to prevent for the occurrences of these unwanted cases. These efforts, honorable members, it's a continuation of expediting the implementation of the National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide. This effort and task should be a multi-sectoral duty and responsibility of all stakeholders. It's not a one-sided gender responsibility, but both men and women must work in unison. Civil society and private sector must collaborate in accelerating the women's question in this history. Honorable Chair, let me indicate that 1 day or 10 minutes of my debate is simply not enough to honor the impact of women in our country. This entire month is dedicated to amplifying voices that are often quieted. We are here to celebrate resilience, challenge biases, and drive lasting change. The battle to accelerate journey to build empowered nation driven by empowered women continues. We, Honorable Chair, we wish you all the best as we embark on this journey of commemorating 70th anniversary of Women's Month. Thank you so much, Honorable Chair, for the opportunity afforded to me.
Thank you very much indeed, MEC, for your inputs delivered today. And we will now proceed with the next speaker in the debate, who will conclude the Democratic Alliance's inputs, and that is the Honourable Godsell.
Thank you, Honourable Chair, Ministers and members, and fellow South Africans, good afternoon. There's a cruel irony in today's debate. The ANC has chosen to debate building resilient economies and women leading the future of trade. But before a woman can build a business or partake in our economy, honourable members, she must make it home, alive. 70 years after the Women's March, the ANC celebrates strategies and councils, but strategies do not protect women. Proper policing does. And if women cannot sell chicken feet without being extorted for money or run their salons because extortionists threaten to kill them if they don't pay protection money, this House cannot begin to speak about resilient economies. Allow me to tell this House about two South African women, each with aspirations to help build a resilient economy. One was a politician and the other a chartered accountant. Sinivuyo Jokwe was a courageous community leader in Dunoon who refused to bow to extortionists. She believed her community deserved better, and ahead of a March 2026 by-election, she led a petition asking for something remarkably simple. Bring a SAPS mobile station closer to the people of Dunoon. And then just days before the by-election, the ANC Minister of Employment and Labour arrived to campaign. Suddenly, there was a brand new SAPS mobile unit and extra police officers. For one day, the people of Dunoon received exactly the policing they had been begging for. But when the campaign ended, the truck disappeared, and so did the police officers. 3 months later, Sinivuyo was murdered. She was shot 10 times. She participated in the first registration weekend so that she too could lead and build. But she did not make it home alive. The women of Dunoon, Witstrand, Delft and Philippi do not need a police truck for one ANC campaign day. They need one every day so that they can run their salons and their ECDs in peace. And this is how we help build leaders and a resilient economy. But they need to make it home alive. And while Cape Townians continue to plead for help, the ANC and Acting Minister Kachalia keep saying no to the City of Cape Town's offer of help. Just this past long weekend, 30 people were murdered on the Cape Flats. Honourable members, the DA's policy is simple. If government creates an environment where citizens can be entrepreneurs and open businesses, the economy will grow. And this means more jobs and fewer hungry mouths. In order for this to happen, women must make it home alive. Sasha Lee Shah's life lay ahead of her. Her mother, Jessica, tells me that she was a chartered accountant and she was passionate about becoming a leader in her profession. Sasha Lee was shot dead at a shopping centre in KZN. After being granted an interim protection order against her boyfriend, who had threatened that he would use this firearm on her, a magistrate ordered that SAPS had a legal duty to remove the firearm which he used to threaten her life with. The duty was not carried out. Instead of accountability, Sasha Lee's mother, Jessica, got excuses, and the errant officer got a mere 2-month unpaid suspension. That is the SAPS economy built by the so-called mighty ANC over 30 years, where women are a commodity, but their lives are cheap. Since then, Sasha Lee's mother has fought not only for the pain of losing her daughter, but the SAPS itself. And she told me that she will not place a tombstone on her daughter's grave until she can see that justice has been done. Sasha Lee hardly had a chance to make her mark in contributing to society or the economy, let alone lead it. Because, Honourable Chair, she did not make it home alive. When women are not safe or the state cannot convict rapists because stations have no rape kits, they cannot go to work. They cannot help build a resilient economy, and they cannot lead the future. The women of 1956 did not march so that 70 years later, an ex-defense minister and speaker can spend millions of rands on luxury upgrades, while another woman begs for a police van and another begs for a rape kit. The minister spoke about enforcing positive masculinity. But during Jacob Zuma's tenure as president, the ANC defended his patriarchy. And now, honourable members, it has extended to the EFF and MK. Patriarchy and toxic masculinity are led by the EFF's commander Nguchi and the MK's accused number one. We have all seen how the gun-toting commander Nguchi belittled the EFF spokesperson on live TV. Not to mention MK MP David Skosana's aggression towards a female...
Leave EFF alone. Leave EFF alone.
Oh, no, we're not going to leave you alone. I will tell the world. So MK David Skosana had this aggression towards Newsroom Africa journalists for which he was fined 15,000 rand. Leadership is measured by how you treat the women who stand beside you. South Africans have seen how criminally convicted populist leaders, of which Honourable Farmer's leader is one, treat women. En nou baie daai behandeling van vroue reg deur die PA, as its Cape Town mayoral candidate stands accused of assaulting his ex-wife in the Bellville Magistrates Court on this very day. It is no different to the disrespect shown by the ANC leaders who refuse local government's help, while a grandmother in Delft cannot sell chicken feet because extortionists control her community. 70 years after the Women's March, South African women are still fighting, not for privilege, but for the most basic freedom of all, the freedom to live, work, and prosper without fear. But first, Honourable Chair, they must make it home alive. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Godso. And concluding the remarks from the African National Congress, we will now hear from the Honourable Maraniso, who has the next 15 minutes of the debate. Honourable Maraniso.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson, Honourable members, ministers on the platform, SAGA representative, and the MC from Limpopo, all protocol observed. Honourable Chairperson, I just want to remind some of the members on the platform that on Saturday, we have seen the lack of commitment of gender transformation by the so-called where DA governs better. As we celebrate 70th anniversary of women's rights in dismantling patriarchy and stubborn economic oppression against women, we have those that believe the status quo must remain because they don't take South African women seriously. We have seen it, and it is visible that for them, the gender agenda is not their business of interest. Honourable Chairperson, advancing opportunities for women and girls in every sphere of government is very important for a healthy and safe society, as many households are female-led. We have been engaging on how to increase quotas. However, there's a need to balance the two, quotas and capacity. So we create sustainable, capable institutions that will work for our people, not for the few. Honourable Chairperson, when a woman is empowered, her household, community, and nation feel it at first. Local government is where empowerment becomes service delivered. The role of women in local government is critical, Honourable Chairperson, because local government is the coalface where people feel government. As councillors and mayors, making bylaws, budget, and oversight. As ward committee members, bringing community issues to council. As activists, monitoring service delivery, water, lights, clinics. As voters, women are more than men, and we have seen that statistics have increased that 58% of women have registered. We decide who governs locally. We are not just beneficiaries of local government, we are shapers of it. Honourable Chairperson, Women and the Freedom Charter, 1955, the Freedom Charter said, there shall be houses, security, and comfort. All shall be equal before the law. And we can see it on a daily basis when women are being given title deeds and they are being given their key houses, more especially those who are advantaged and who are disadvantaged, and previously oppressed and vulnerable. In 1954, Women's Charter added the gender lenses to this. From 1954, women said, Honourable Machobeni, as you are saying that you are tired of speeches of 1954. It is unfortunate you would need to hear because this is the charter that we must follow through, that everything that have been the commitment, it must happen. No freedom of Honorable Machoveni, women were oppressed in the home and the community. But today, women are being liberated. Today, local government is where we deliver on those promises: housing, safety, water, and dignity. Honorable Machoveni, women as the most visible victims of failed local government, we are chiefs of the household, so we feel it at first. Those who have spoken from the powers of privileges or from the corner of privileges where they have everything, they don't understand why there's a need of making sure that local government must work. We understand the plight of women, that when there's no water, women must walk and fetch that water. When there's no light, GBV risk goes up. Where there's no pothole, where there are potholes and no transport, women miss work and clinic.
You are my
Dirty
man. You
clinics,
mean something special to me, darling.
Oh, Honourable members, please.
Honourable
Honourable
Chairperson.
Kennedy, can I ask you to mute?
Yeah, no, all you need is love. No, it's very
I love you too.
My sister. Honourable Kennedy. Yep.
And then you say,
I'll member Kennedy. All a member Kennedy.
Thank you. Right. After that interesting interlude, Honourable Maraniso, if you can please continue with your debate.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. On issues of health, when we have dirty clinics, mothers and children suffer. When there's corruption, on issues of grant money and housing lists are manipulated. We need to make sure that we put women at the forefront. Honorable Chairperson, a failing municipality is women's issue. That's why we can't afford to stay out of it. How we address the feminization of poverty and inequality, it is very important. Most poor people are women and children. Now, Honorable Chairperson, I want to speak to the House by saying that what needs to be done by us as honorable members, and as we believe that as we belong to this society, economic access, support women cooperatives, tenders, and ensure that EPWP must work, and skill centers. We must ensure that child care plus transport is being addressed so women can work and attend council meetings regardless of what time are they called. Land and housing must be the issue that we are forever carrying 365 days to ensure that title deeds are in women's names. We must ensure that we advocate for budget that is gender responsive, that would speak to issues of women that we are dealing with on a daily basis. Issues of mentorship, Honorable Chairperson, one believes that if they can be dealt with at the local sphere, women would actually make sure that they are all over in all the spaces to ensure that they build the societies. We need to ensure that there's women in science and education, and we need to make sure that women's rights and well-being are being taken care of. And empower women, the women can think, the women can lead and solve problems. We need to ensure that we advance programs that deals with them so that more girls in science, women must ensure that they fix water, energy, and health system in our towns. Honorable Chairperson, indeed, education cannot be isolated to women development. We need to ensure that we raise women that can be able to ensure that they build strong, resilient system that will make sure that we deliver services in our municipalities. Honorable Chairperson, women as health workers need to be protected 24/7, nurses, researchers, and we must make sure that our clinics are better than before. Young women are part of bursaries, apprenticeships, learnerships, and internships that needs to be mainstreamed by these municipalities and institutions. We need to ensure that we create exit opportunities where we have placed these young people. It must not be the fact that they come in and go and we cannot trace their development. Honorable Chairperson, there's a need of addressing the needs of rural women, traditional and cultural oppression. There is sensitive, but it is important, and it is an important subject, Honorable Nonkonyane. We must appreciate the work done on customary laws, vis-a-vis constitutional rights, access to land, forced marriages, exclusion from traditional councils. We need to strengthen the capacity building programs for women so that these women, they can know these laws and protect these particular laws. We need to ensure that the Constitution protects the women and the culture thereof where they are being oppressed. Traditional leaders and women's forum must work together to ensure that they dismantle patriarchy and oppression for these women. We need to ensure that government programs must reach villages, not just cities. Mobile services, rural development must be funded. We need to ensure that NARISEC programs are sustainable in the rural department. Celebrate positive culture while challenging practices that harm dignity. Honorable Chairperson, we don't reject culture, we redeem it through justice. Local government will not fix itself. Women must be at the forefront of any service delivery in their wards, during IDP participation, in council chambers, and in strategic sessions. We need to ensure that indeed women show up, attend to ward meetings, women speak up, run, nominate, and question when there's a need. Women must lift up capacitated and support women already serving. But Honorable Chair, one would need to just indicate to Honorable Gaza that there is a need that Honorable Gaza must go and read the Charter of 1954, 1994, and 2021, so that she must be able to know how to detail this history as a parliamentarian, because you can never tell where you go when you don't know where you come from. So it is important that people get to understand the statements and commitments that were made, that it is not just slogan, but it's promises that now we are following through, that they have been delivered as detailed by Honorable Chikunga and Honorable Ndabeni in terms of the work that we've been doing as government. Honorable Chairperson, one would want to just say as well to Honorable Machobeni that it is important that when you are representing those who are coming from the rural areas, you need to ensure that you teach them how important that they need to follow through government commitment in all the programs that are being developed in the local sphere. So it is upon us that we understand that lobbying and advocacy for women issues is not only for those who are in parliament, but those that are in the rural. So let's strengthen civic education in our rural areas so that our people get to understand what is it that we are doing as members of parliament in terms of igniting bills and as well building the South Africa that we all want to live in. Honorable Briett, I thought we were listening to Honorable Ndabeni when she was given a detailed report in terms of the work that has been done on responding to your concern of building resilient economies. She has given a detailed information with regards to who's benefiting, persons with disability and women who are in the rural areas. And she has made it clear in terms of what is it that they are doing as a department to ensure that there's sustainable development and economies that speaks to what needs to be done. Indeed, the MEC has spoken about why we have this theme of empowered women, empowered nation. It is on the basis that this is not just a slogan, but a commitment that indeed, if you empower a woman, you empower a nation. So I'm just a little bit disturbed by the fact that we are debating today, but some of other honorable members, they don't understand why indeed did we choose this particular thematic debate of empowered women, empowered nation. Honorable Kotze, want to clarify you that today I was just disturbed by you misleading the country about this debate being the ANC topic. However, you know that this is a thematic topic that everybody wants to celebrate 1956 and as well the achievement made of till to date in terms of ensuring that whatever that we are working on, we gear it and enhance the work that has been done integratedly so by different institutions, by different departments, and ensuring that we bring public-private partnership to come and deal with issues that we are facing as a nation, more especially on issues that we have raised on gender-based violence and femicide. I think it is not good that every time when you speak, you just raise concern, but however, you don't raise issues on what needs to be done. So what needs to be done in this debate that one is taking as the person who's representing the ANC is that there's a need of strengthening our partnerships, collaboration, and ensuring that we have an integrated approach that we would need to work with. Taking note that the GBVF has been declared as a national disaster, and we need to note as well, after that, now it's been announced that we're going to be having a council that deals with issues that have been escalated through the national dialogue and other NGOs that have been petitioning to the ministry. So be rest assured that with yourself doing your work as oversight and accountability through your committee, you would be able to actually assist the country a great deal in terms of bringing the solutions on the table on what needs to be done. Honorable Chairperson, let's continue working together because what women are facing, it has no gender, no sex, no race, but it actually impedes on the work that we do as a government savers. I want to say to all of you as we close this debate, let's ensure that everybody gets to understand that they are very important where they are in all sphere to ensure that they build the government that works for them. And it is only through them that we can build resilient economics. I thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Honourable Mananiso. Honourable delegates, as we move to the towards the end of the debate, I'd just like to take this opportunity to once again acknowledge our interpretation team that has enabled us to participate effectively in this debate, enabled members to express themselves in their home language, and for the rest of us to understand all of the inputs as well. We do have limited interpretation facilities when we're operating on Zoom, but they are there and have worked very efficiently today. So we appreciate the inputs from that team that helps to deepen the access to democracy for the people of South Africa. Having said that, honourable delegates, I now invoke Rule 70 of the National Council of Provinces, and I therefore invite back to the podium the Minister of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities to conclude the debate. Honourable Chikunga, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, for the opportunity. We thank you for the opportunity to have this debate. As women of South Africa, we do welcome it. I also want to thank all members who participated in this debate. In the main, they raised real issues that affect women and acknowledge progress where it has happened. Honorable Ndlangisa Notata stated that from the dawn of democracy, women empowerment has been at the center of the democratic government. This is very true, hence this debate today. And Honorable du Plessis acknowledged that progress has been exponential, but of course not enough. Honorable Gasa truthfully states that women face internal political parties dynamics, and I agree with her. If, as political parties, we were learning from the African National Congress regarding women representation in parliament, we would not be talking about 43% women parliamentarians, but at least we'd be talking about 50% or more of women parliamentarians. We want to commend His Excellency President Ramaphosa for committing during his address at the National Women's Day to fund gender-based violence and femicide. This commitment talks to the truth that women cannot claim empowerment if they are not safe and secured. Honorable Stolle, Chairperson, acknowledges that progress has been remarkable. To prove this point, among the G20 countries, South Africa is number 3 after USA and Australia in the CEO positions held by women. South Africa is number 7 among G20 countries on Women Empowerment Progress Index. And we are number 2 after Mexico when it comes to women parliamentarians. We welcome Minister Stella Ndabeni's announcement that they have created a women tailor-made investment regime, which is collateral light. Councillor Pukuti of Salga stated that municipalities are already implementing gender-responsive budgeting, planning, monitoring, evaluation, and auditing framework. And we want to commend municipalities for that because we regard this as being very pro-gender equality, but also very progressive. MEC Radzilane, we agree that the women of 1956 did not know that history would remember them. They probably did not even think that their 1956 march would be remembered. They marched because ordinary women decided that extraordinary courage was required. Their action and history rewarded their courage. Hence, the commemorative anniversary and the 2026 Platinum Jubilee we are celebrating, and in it we honor them. Honorable Godsell, you forgot to mention that the women of Philippi, Danun, Khayelitsha, Kwalanga need roads, lights, and you, DA government, is denying them any dignity by allowing sewerage to run on their roads and in front of their homes. In fact, separate development is the policy of DA practiced in the Western Cape and in particular in Cape Town and George. Honorable Manamiso, I agree with you that gender agenda is not DA agenda. Just look at the number of women in their leadership of DA here in Parliament, of course in municipalities. So you can't say what you are saying about ANC when you have no clue as to what women empowerment is about or gender equality is about. Women empowerment needs all of us working together, government, business, academia, civil society, parliament, and women themselves, but of course political parties. And as women, we are determined. Women empowerment will happen because empowered women empower nations. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for bringing us to the close of this debate. Honorable delegates, I would like to thank the Honorable Minister and other ministers that were present in this debate, Honorable MECs, all special delegates, SALGA representatives that participated, and all permanent delegates for availing themselves and making vital inputs into this very important debate today. Thank you very much once again. That brings us to the close of the debate. Honorable delegates, we shall now move on to the order paper. And the first order, I am told, has been deferred until further notice. We shall then proceed to the second order, and that is the consideration of the report of the Select Committee on Security and Justice on the oversight visit to the Matlosana Municipality, Northwest Province, from the 22nd to the 23rd of April 2026, dated 20th of May 2026, and it was ATC'd on the 21st of May 2026. I now call upon the Honorable J.S. Mananiso, the Chairperson of the Select Committee on Security and Justice, to present a report for 10 minutes. Honorable Mananiso.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Chair, let me start by thanking the collective of the committee that it is because of their work that we are bringing this report to the House. The Select Committee on Security and Justice conducted an oversight visit to the Matlosana municipality in the Northwest Province from the 22nd to 23rd April 2026 in preparation for the NCOP Taking Parliament to the People program. The oversight focused on policing, infrastructure challenges, community safety, child justice services, and interventions to address illegal mining and organized crime in the province. Our first visit started at Hartebeers Police Station. At the Hartebeers Police Station, the committee identified serious operational and infrastructure challenges affected effective policing and service delivery. Key concerns included staff shortages, limited operational vehicles, overcrowded holding cells, non-functional cells due to water supply problems, deteriorating infrastructure, and increasing incidents of gender-based violence, domestic violence, assaults, and housebreaking linked to substance abuse. Community policing forums also highlighted inadequate funding, lack of support and insurance, poor cooperative with staff members, and insufficient resources to carry out community policing functions effectively. The committee further raised concerns regarding poor maintenance by the Department of Public Works, Infrastructure, prolonged acting appointments, weak intelligence capacity, and growing threat of illegal mining activities in the area. In Stilfontein Police Station, during the visit to Stilfontein subs, the committee assessed the province's responses to illegal mining and organized crime. Illegal mining was identified as a major national security threat driven by sophisticated transnational criminal syndicates and linked to violent crime in surrounding communities. The committee raised concerns around resources shortages, poor infrastructure conditions, overcrowded holding cells, limited successful prosecutions, and the continued focus on arresting lower-level illegal miners rather than syndicates, leaders, and kingpins. Members stressed the importance of intelligence-driven policing and coordinated interdepartmental responses involving SAPS, SANDF, the WOX, the National Prosecuting Authority, and other stakeholders. In terms of our key recommendations, included establishing coordinated interagency operational task team, strengthening intelligence-led operations, prioritizing investigations and prosecutions of illegal mining things. These were most of the issues that members were like saying to the officers that it's not enough, that every time people who are being kept or arrested are those who are just doing smaller scale of zamazamas, but the kingpins are left to be all over and keep on doing these particular crimes. We have recommended that they should be improving detective training, allocating additional funding for SANDF deployment, and conducting comprehensive investigations in the broader illegal mining supply chain. We then said as the committee that overall, the committee acknowledged that the Northwest Province continued to face significant policing, infrastructure, and social challenges, particularly relating to gender-based violence, overcrowded detention facilities, and illegal mining activities. However, the committee also recognized progress made through interdepartmental cooperations and emphasized the need for strengthened collaboration, improved resource allocation, and enhanced community partnership to improve safety, accountability, and service delivery in the province. So this is what has been detailed on this particular report. But Chairperson, the House must note that indeed this particular program has made us get to understand the work that has been done by the departments when they are working together, and where these assets, when they are kept, they are being stored at. And we have seen, and I must say that we have recommended that we need to have a proper register that actually register everything that when police are doing this operation, they keep their assets at, so that we are able to even identify the actual owners of those particular assets that are being used when this illegal mining is taking place. So I'm bringing this report for consideration before the House as the work done by the Select Committee of Security and Justice. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mananiso. Honorable delegates, we shall now proceed to voting on the question. And I now put the question to the provinces to cast their vote. When we are called upon, sorry, honorable members, before we go there, I shall allow provinces an opportunity to make declarations on the vote in terms of Rule 86, if they so wish. And provinces, you can please indicate whether you want to make a declaration on this vote. I don't see any hands. I don't hear any voices. So we shall now proceed to voting on the question, and I now call upon provinces to cast their votes. When called upon, heads of delegations must indicate whether they vote in favor, against, or abstain. I shall start with the Eastern Cape.
Chairperson, my apology. Can I switch off?
Yes, you may. You may switch off.
Report. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable
Eastern Cape.
Nokanyana, I didn't hear your vote.
I was apologizing for not showing my face, Chair. I did show it for a minute.
Yes,
Are
I
you
saw that.
excusing me? Okay.
Yes, yes.
Thank you very
Go ahead.
much, Chair. I was rising to say the Eastern Cape votes in favor of the report. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. The Free State. Free State. Is there any delegate from the Free State to cast their vote?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Let me show my face. It might not be. Thank you very much.
Okay, we see you now. Okay.
Thank you, Chair. Free State votes in favor.
Thank you. Gauteng.
Chair, I'm not sure if you can see me, but we vote
Yes, I
in
can see
favor.
you.
And please,
Thank you.
we vote in favor, Chair.
Thank you. KZN.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, Deputy Chair. The KwaZulu-Natal votes in favor. Thank you.
Thank you. Limpopo. Honorable Mokwele.
No, thanks very much, House Chair. The
Could we
province
just
of
see your face
Africa
for a few
Aiden.
minutes?
Chair.
Honorable Mokwele, can you put your video on for a few seconds so we see you? Yeah, I can only see a dark shadow. Okay, that's better. You may cast your vote on behalf of your province.
Thanks very much, House Chair. Honorable members, the province of Africa Aiden Limpopo province vote in favor. Thank you.
Thank you. In Mpumalanga. Delegates from Mpumalanga, could you cast your vote, please?
Thank you, Chair. Mpumalanga vote in favor.
Thank you. Northern Cape.
Good afternoon, Chair. Thank you very much. As the Northern Cape, we vote in favor of the report. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mabilo. Northwest.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. As Northwest, we vote in favor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Sitole. Western Cape.
Thank you, Chair. The Western Cape will support.
Thank you very much. The voting is now closed, honorable delegates, and I shall now declare that all provinces have voted in favor of the vote. Sorry, I'm just having a problem with my gadget here now. Honorable delegates, we shall now move to the, don't know why I'm getting the same list of delegates all the time. Must apologize for this. I'm just going to go to another gadget to try and all right, we shall now move on. I must really apologize for that. I'm just getting let down because of the bad weather here. I can now announce that all provinces voted in favor of the report, and the report is therefore adopted in accordance with Section 65 of the Constitution. Honorable delegates, we shall now move on to the second order. And the second order is also from the Committee on Security and Justice. Sorry, no. Now we move on to the third order. We've just finished with the second order. The third order, that is the rules and procedures for application in court in terms of the Promotion of Access to Information Act of 2000. And it was dated the 20th of May and ATC'd on the 21st of May. I shall once again call upon the Honorable Mananiso to present the report for 10 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson and the House. The report by the Select Committee on Security and Justice considered the proposed rules of procedure for court applications under the Promotion of Access for Information Act. The amendment aimed to create uniform court procedures across all South African courts for handling access to information disputes, thereby strengthening the constitutional right of access to information. The committee noted that the revised rules are intended to simplify and standardize fair litigation processes, particularly in response to increasing cases of deemed refusals by public bodies. The amendment relies more heavily on existing magistrate courts rules and informed rules of court to improve consistency, accessibility, and compliance with legislative requirements. Secondly, committee deliberations. A key focus of the committee deliberations was ensuring inclusivity and accessibility for all citizens. Members stressed the importance of making information available in Braille, sign language, and all 12 official South African languages to ensure that marginalized and vulnerable communities are not excluded. The Department of Justice and Constitutional Development confirmed its commitment to public education and awareness campaigns and undertook to translate the rules into all official languages, while acknowledging the financial implications associated with Braille production. The committee further observed that extensive consultation had already taken place during the drafting process. The revised rules were approved by the Rules Board of Courts of Law, legally vetted by the Office of the Chief State Law Advisor, and approved by the Minister of Justice and Constitutional Development. Stakeholder consultation included public website publication and direct engagement prior to the rules being tabled in Parliament. Overall, the committee welcomed the amendment as an important step towards promoting transparency, accountability, and public empowerment through improved access to information. Then the chairperson, the committee recommended the Select Committee on Security and Justice, having considered the subject of the rules of procedure made in terms of Section 79(1) of the Promotion of Access to Information Act number 2 of 2000 by year, referred to it for consideration and report, recommends that the Council of Provinces approve the rules as tabled. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mananiso. Honorable delegates, I now put the question, and the question is that the report be adopted. Before we proceed to voting, I shall allow provinces the opportunity to make declarations in terms of Rule 86, if they so wish, for a maximum of 3 minutes. Please indicate if you would like to make a declaration. I don't see any hands. We shall now proceed to the voting on the question, and I now call upon provinces to cast their votes. When called upon, heads of delegation must indicate whether they vote in favor, against, or abstain. We'll start with the Eastern Cape.
Chairperson, I hope I'm still excused. Must I show my face a bit?
So continue.
I'm still there.
Yes, I can see you.
Chair, the Eastern Cape Province of Legends supports the report. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Free State.
Thank you, Chair. The province of the food basket of South Africa votes in favor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Gauteng.
Chair, we vote in favor of the report. Thanks.
Thank you. KZN.
Thank you, Chair. The province of KwaZulu-Natal votes in favor.
Thank you. Limpopo. Honorable Mokwele. Honorable Mokwele, you are muted. Please unmute and cast your vote.
Thanks very much, House Chair, Deputy Chairperson. The province, the only province that is led by the doctor, the province of Africa, Eden, Limpopo province vote in favor. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much. I know that that province is not a sick province. That is why you have a doctor leading you. In Mpumalanga, could you cast your vote?
Mpumalanga Chair, vote in favor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ngumalo. Northern Cape.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. The largest province in the country supports the program, the adoption of the report. Thank you very much, Chair, for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Honorable Setolev, Northwest.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chairperson. As Northwest, we vote in favor. Thank you.
Thank you. Western Cape.
Chair, Western Cape supports.
Thank you very much. Honorable delegates, all 9 provinces voted in favor. Therefore, the report is adopted in accordance with Section 65 of the Constitution. Honorable delegates, we shall now proceed to the 4th order, and that is a consideration of the consolidated report of the Select Committee on Cooperative Governance and Public Administration on the joint oversight visit to the local and district municipalities affected by the flood disasters in Limpopo and in Mpumalanga, dated 7th of May 2026 and ATC'd on the 21st of May 2026. I now call upon the Honorable Kaunda to present the report for 10 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair. Greetings to the office bearers of the NCOP and all delegates and members of the public. Chair, we present the report on behalf of the collective of the Select Committee. On the 19th of January 2026, the Minister of Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, Mr. Hlabisa, declared a national state of disaster due to severe flooding and heavy rain and strong winds that began in late November 2025. The disaster affected Limpopo, Mpumalanga, KwaZulu-Natal, Eastern Cape, and Northwest Province, causing multiple deaths, widespread infrastructure damage, and community displacements. Chair, on the 3rd to the 6th of February 2026, a multi-party delegation of the Select Committee of COGTA under the leadership of the chair who's speaking and the portfolio committee of COGTA under the leadership of Dr. Zwelini Mkhize conducted oversight visit to local and district municipalities affected by floods disasters in Limpopo and Mpumalanga province. Chair, the objective of the oversight visit, the primary objective of the oversight visit was to monitor government response to the recent disasters and to assess recovery and mitigation plans on the ground. The secondary objective was to conduct site visits to affected district municipalities and solicit the opinion of representatives of provincial departments of cooperative governance, human settlement, and traditional affairs, local and district municipalities, traditional leadership, South African Local Government Association, and affected committee members on the impact of flood disaster intervention support provided and implementation of recovery plans by the three arms of government. I will just shoot straight to the observations. On the 3rd and the 4th, the delegation visited the district municipalities affected by floods disasters. During the period of the oversight visit, delegation interacted with the officials, and as part of assessing the impact of floods, government responses, and implementation of recovery plans, delegation of the select committees conducted site visits to Chakuma area of the Mkondo local municipality, under the Vembe district municipality, as well as Matsakali village in the Collins Chabane local municipality under the Mompani district municipality. Our observations were as follows. The joint delegation has noted that the Minister in Department of Cooperative Governance has welcomed a declaration of national disaster. The joint delegation has also noted that classification was initiated by the head of the disaster. The leader of the delegation have also acknowledged and welcomed all the stakeholders who participated. The delegation of the select committees and the portfolio has noted great concern during the oversight visit. The flood disaster have resulted in loss of life, significant damage to infrastructure and property and environment degradation and displacement of communities, disruptions of schooling and agricultural activities. The joint delegation has noted the inevitability of climate change and the shift of focus to long-term sustainable flood management strategies guided by the stormwater master plans to manage stormwater, reduce flooding, improve water quality, restore wetlands, upgrade drainage system, sustainable urban planning, to protect informal settlements in the province. The joint delegation has noted and welcomed the call made by the representative of South African local government for the need to fast-track the processes of reviewing white paper on local government and the funding thereof of local government. The following recommendations were made: having conducted oversight visit to Limpopo and interacted with department and all stakeholders, the select committee reports as follows to the NCOP: that the Department of Cooperative Governance should, during the 2026 parliamentary Honorable Chair, should during 2020 parliamentary second term provide updates to the Select Committee on Cooperative Governance and Public Administration and Portfolio Committee on Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs on the review of white paper on local government as well as the funding. 2, that the Department of Human Settlements should during the 2026 parliamentary second term provide report to the Select Committee on Cooperative Governance on Public Administration and the Portfolio Committee on Human Settlements on time frame for moving people out of temporary residential units to permanent homes, and any developments relating to the department's December 2025 and January 2026 flood intervention since the last meeting held on the 27th of January. That the Department of Small Business Development should, during the 2026 parliamentary second term, provide report to Portfolio Committee on Small Business Development on funding support provided to small businesses. That the Department of Water and Sanitation should, during the 2026 parliamentary second term, provide report to the Select Committee on Cooperative Governance and Portfolio Committee on the plans to rehabilitate, on the rehabilitation of bulk water infrastructure in the December 2025, January 2026 flood aftermath. that the Department of Transport and SANRAL should, during 2026 Parliament second term, ensures that on the reports on the reprioritization of budget to fund road repairs of infrastructural damages caused by the December floods, that the MEC of Human Settlement and Cooperative Governance Human Settlement should, during 2026 Parliament second term, provide consolidated report on the Committee of Cooperative Governance on the flood impact assessment funding application approval and allocation in respect of December floods. That the national and provincial departments of social development should, during 2026 second term, report to the Portfolio Committee on Social Development on intervention support provided to December victims. That the National Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development should, during 2026 Parliamentary second term, provide report to Portfolio Committee on Agriculture and Land and Rural Development on the intervention support provided to farmers that were affected by the floods. That the National, Provincial and Department of Education should provide the report to the NCOP and Parliament on the education on flood socio-economic impact assessment, intervention support, and status of funding applications to minimize the impact of flood disasters on schooling. That the Department of and other sector departments, provincial governments, and district municipalities and South African local government should work collaboratively with traditional leaders who are often at the forefront of disaster responses initially and initiates in their communities. All the organs of government should, in the spirit of cooperative governance and intergovernmental relations, embark on community and household profiling to enhance readiness and preparedness for future disasters. That the parliamentary joint programming should, in accordance with joint rule of 138 of the joint rules of parliament, consider the option of establishment of ad hoc joint committee on flood disaster relief and recovery, whose main objective should to oversee the response and implementation of the relief measures by government and affected provinces. Chair, on the Mpumalanga, we have made observations in terms of infrastructure damages, which were estimated at 7 billion, in terms of agriculture losses. During that engagement, the political administration leadership and local district leadership, the joint committees have noted the affected local municipalities have conducted plenary assessments in regard to the damages. The district advocates any kind of support to the local municipalities to some of the support identified as followed: installation of boreholes, technical support to conduct technical assessments. Therefore, the committee recommends as follows: having conducted oversight visit to affected local and district municipalities in Mpumalanga and interacted with the Department of Cooperative Governance, Human Settlement and Traditional Affairs, mayors and senior officials of the local government and traditional leadership, we recommend as follows: that the Department of COGTA should, during 2026 parliamentary first term, provides updated report to the Select Committee on Cooperative Governance and Portfolio Committee on the review of what paper, as we have recommended above.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kaunda. Your time has expired.
We submit, Honorable Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the Chairperson of the Select Committee, Honorable Kaunda, for that report. Honorable delegates, I now put the question, and the question is that the report be adopted. But before proceeding to vote, I shall allow provinces an opportunity to make declarations in terms of Rule 86, if they so wish. Are there any provinces that would like to make a declaration? I don't see any hands, and we shall proceed to voting on the question, and I now call upon provinces to cast their vote. When called upon, heads of delegations must indicate whether they vote in favor, against, or abstain. We shall start once again with the Eastern Cape.
Deputy Chair and honorable members, the Eastern Cape once more, appreciates the report and has no hesitation to vote in favor. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nonkanyana, the Free State.
Thank you once more, Deputy Chair of the House. Free State votes in favor.
Thank you, Honorable Noah. Gauteng.
Thank you, Deputy Chair.
Oh, she's back.
Yeah, Gauteng vote in favor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mananiso. KZN.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. The province of KwaZulu-Natal votes in favor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Billy. Limpopo.
Thanks very much, Deputy Chair. The province of Limpopo vote in favor. Thank you.
Thank you. Mpumalanga.
Thanks, Chair. Mpumalanga vote in favor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ngumalo. Northern Cape.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. The Northern Cape supports the report. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mabilo. Northwest.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chairperson. As Northwest, we vote in favor.
Thank you very much. Western Cape.
The Western Cape will support you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Badenhorst. Honorable members, all 9 provinces voted in favor, and therefore the report is adopted in accordance with Section 65 of the Constitution. Honorable delegates, we shall now move to the 5th order, and that is a consideration of the report of the Select Committee on Corporate Governance and Public Administration on an oversight visit to Gauteng province to assess the state of public services dated 5th May 2026 and ATC'd on the 21st of May 2026. I now call upon the Honorable Kaunda, the chairperson of the Select Committee, to make a report for 10 minutes. Honorable Kaunda.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. On the 17th of April 2026, a multi-party delegation of the Select Committee on Cooperative Governance and Public Administration conducted oversight visit to Gauteng province. The objective of the visit, the primary objective of the visit was to interact with the Office of the Premier on the Public Service and the Public Service Commission in the province and the Premier of Gauteng to assess the state of public service in the province. The following observations were made. The Select Committee has noted the departments the department in Gauteng Provincial Department have not filled the position of the heads of departments to ensure setting of strategic tone for implementation of department policies and programs. The Select Committee has also noted observations of the Gauteng Public Service Commission that the recruitment and selection process of filling the top level posting is taking long. The Select Committee has further noted that the Gauteng Public Service Commission has impressed upon the Gauteng Premier to ensure the filling of all vacant positions. In terms of the employment of women and senior management, the Select Committee has noted the report of Public Service Commission that with an aggregated percentage of 49%, the underrepresentation of females at senior management level does not inspire any confidence. Regarding the employment of disabled people at senior management level, the Select Committee has also noted concerns of the Public Service Commission that the Department of Roads and Transport as well as the Provincial Treasury were unable to achieve 2%. In terms of payment of service providers, the Select Committee has noted the finding emanating from the Gauteng Public Service Commission report that the Gauteng Provincial Government is still struggling to achieve 100% payment to the service providers within 30 days. The Select Committee has noted that the Office of the Gauteng Premier, in collaboration with key stakeholders and have implemented a series of measures aimed at addressing inefficiencies within Gauteng Provincial Government departments, particularly in relation to staff establishment, vacancy rates, organizational alignment, and the financial sustainability. Concerning high vacancy rates and the existence of unfunded vacancies, the Select Committee has also noted The Office of the Premier has directed the departments to undertake organizational reviews in relation to this as part of fighting corruption and creating a culture of ethical leadership. The Select Committee has further noted that the Premier of Gauteng province has requested the State Security Agency to conduct vetting and lifestyle audits for himself and the members of the executive in the Gauteng provincial government, including the senior officials, which have been conducted. The Select Committee has noted that the vetting and lifestyle audit for the Premier and MSCs in Gauteng in August 2020 and all the new MSCs, the Director General, HODs, and the CEO entities have been subjected to the same process. Honourable members, the following recommendations are made. In terms of 2024 audit outcomes, the subcommittee has noted the Gauteng provincial government has put in place remedial steps to improve audit outcomes. These remedial steps include digitization of SCM processes, development of SCM capacity development strategy, enhancement of SCM compliance through development and issuing of SCM circulars to strengthen compliance with prescripts and clearing historical irregular expenditure by requesting the MECs to include the reduction of historic irregular expenditure as a key performance indicators in the accounting officers' delivery agreement performance contracts. Honorable Chair, we recommend that the Premier of Gauteng should ensure that all government departments comply with the achievement of 100% payment to service providers within 30 days and deal with the institutional challenges relating to poor governance practices and lack of accountability, in particular management of human resources within the departments, that the Premier of Gauteng province should note and take action on the concerns raised by the Gauteng Public Service Commission that the Department of Roads and Transport as well as the provincial treasurer were unable to achieve the 2% target for the employment of persons with disabilities, that the Premier of Gauteng province should respond to the call of the Gauteng Public Service Commission to ensure filling of all vacancies at the top level to stabilize leadership and management in the affected departments. We therefore submit, Honorable Deputy Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kaunda. Honorable delegates, I now put the question, and the question is that the report be adopted. Before we proceed to voting, I shall allow provinces an opportunity to make declarations in terms of Rule 86 for a maximum of 3 minutes, if they so wish. Are there any provinces that would like to make declaration? I don't see any hands, so we shall now proceed to voting. And I call upon the Eastern Cape.
Chairperson and honorable members, can the Eastern Cape vote in favor? Thank you so much.
Thank you. The Free State.
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson. Free State votes in favor.
Gauteng.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Gauteng votes in favor.
Thank you. KZN.
Deputy Chair, the province of KwaZulu-Natal votes in support.
Thank you. Limpopo.
Thanks very much, Deputy Chair. The province of Limpopo vote in favor. Thank you.
Thank you. Mpumalanga.
Thank you, Chair. Mpumalanga vote in favor. Thanks.
Thank you. Northern Cape.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. The Northern Cape votes in favor. Thank you.
Northwest.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chairperson. As Northwest, we vote in favor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Western Cape.
The Western Cape will support, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Barnost. The voting is now closed, Honorable Delegates, and I can declare that all 9 provinces voted in favor, and the report is therefore adopted in accordance with Section 65 of the Constitution. Honorable Delegates, we now move on to the 6th order, and that is a consideration of the supplementary report of the Joint Standing Committee on the financial management of Parliament, on the annual performance plan. And the tabling was done on the 27th of May, 2026. I shall now call upon Honorable S. Ndlovu, the chairperson of the Joint Standing Committee on Financial Management, to present a report for 10 minutes. Honorable Ndlovu. I don't know whether Honorable Ndlovu is having a challenge.
Maybe I can proceed, Chair, with the other reports of COGTA. There is still Pendle and the last one. Thank you.
Okay, just hold on one moment. Let me, because I'm having another request coming in for another change in the order paper. And that creates some difficulties. Do we have Honorable Ndlovu back?
Chair, can you please, because I'm having a challenge here where I'm seated, just 2 minutes.
Okay, then we shall proceed to, I'm trying to find, there's Honorable Modise that wanted to present his report next, but Honorable Modise, can you guide me in terms of what is your vote number?
Let me check.
Yeah, that is the challenge that I'm having also, because you'll be moving from one gadget to the next and trying to find the.
It's order number 17, Deputy Chair.
Is it vote number 17?
Indeed, and it's on our papers, it's step 99 to 104.
Takes us right to the bottom of the list.
If it's allowed, I can ask Honorable Mabilo to be on standby, just in case that you are driving and I'm unable to connect. I can ask Honorable Mabilo to be on standby and deliver both reports, if it's allowed.
Okay, if you are delegating Honorable Mabilo to present your report, I don't see a problem with that.
I thank you. Let me speak to Honorable Mabilo. Thank you so much, Chair.
Okay. Honorable Kaunda, are you still with us? Honorable Ndlovu, are you back? Are you sorted? Is somebody assisting Honorable Ndlovu with their gadget? Honorable members, we do apologize for this, but it's beyond our control. Honorable Finis, are you ready to present your report?
Yes, Deputy Chair, I'm ready.
All right. Okay. Honorable members, we shall now produce to the seventh order, and that is the consideration of the report of the Select Committee on Social Services on a study tour to Switzerland from the 27th of April to the 1st of May 2026, dated 3rd June 2026, and ATC'd on the 3rd of June 2026. I shall now call upon the Honorable Finis, the Chairperson of the Select Committee on Social Services, to present the Select Committee report for 10 minutes. Honorable Finis.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair, honorable members. I rise to table the report of the Select Committee on Social Services on its international study tour to Switzerland, undertaken from the 27th April to 1st of May 2026. The purpose of the visit was to benchmark Switzerland's health and social security systems, including its experience of universal health coverage, and to identify lessons relevant to the South Africans' ongoing health and social policy reforms. South Africa and Switzerland are both members of the United Nations and participants in the World Health Organization. Both countries have committed themselves to international human rights principles, including the right of every person to the highest attainable standard of health and well-being. Both countries have also committed to the Sustainable Development Goals. Goal 3 calls for healthy lives and well-being for all, while Goal 3.8 calls for universal health coverage, access to quality health services, and essential medicine and without financial hardship. For South Africa, this is also a constitutional obligation. Section 27 of the Constitution recognizes everyone's right of access to health care services and requires the states to take reasonable measures within available resources to progressively realize that right. The study tour took place at an important time for South Africa. Parliament passed the National Health Insurance Bill at the end of 2023 as part of the country's journey towards universal health coverage. The committee did not visit Switzerland to copy its model. Switzerland has a different population size, economy, history, and system of government. Rather, the purpose was to learn from its experience, how it finances healthcare, regulates insurers, supports vulnerable people, strengthen primary health care, and holds institutions accountable. The central lesson that is that universal health coverage is not achieved through one law alone. It requires long-term planning, sustainable financing, skilled health workers, functional facilities, reliable data, and continuous parliamentary oversight. Switzerland introduced mandatory health insurance in 1994. Every resident must have basic health insurance, and people may choose from approved insurers and, in many cases, their healthcare providers. Government regulates the systems by setting the benefit framework, approving premiums, and providing subsidies for people who cannot afford contributions. The basic package aims to provide broad access to essential care while promoting solidarity between healthy and sick people. However, the Swiss system also faces challenges. Healthcare costs and premiums remain high. The country has an aging population and shortages of healthcare workers, especially general practitioners and staff in more remote areas. This shows that even a well-resourced country with universal coverage must constantly manage affordability, workforce planning, and access to care. South Africa's health challenges are more severe and more unequal. The public sector serves the large majority of the population, but it faces pressures from staff shortages, infrastructure backlogs, overcrowding, long waiting times, and uneven quality of care. We also face a quadruple burden of disease, maternal and child health challenges, communicable diseases such as HIV and TB, rising non-communicable diseases such as diabetes, hypertension, and cancer, and injuries caused by violence and accidents. The committee's engagement reinforced the importance of primary health care. Primary health care is the first level of care close to communities. Clinics, community health services, prevention, screening, treatment, as well as referral. South Africa must strengthen primary health care, especially in rural and underserved communities. This includes better infrastructure, improved management, adequate medicine and equipment, and the recruitment and retention of health professionals. The committee also examined Switzerland's social security system, which combines contributory social insurance and tax-funded social assistance. South Africa has a different model, with social grants funded mainly through general taxation. These grants remain essential to protecting dignity and reducing poverty. They support millions of children, older persons, persons with disabilities, and people experience severe hardship. The committee noted that the importance of stronger coordination between social assistance, employment support, disability services, healthcare, as well as education and skills development. Of particular relevance in the need to improve support for persons with disabilities, including rehabilitation, access to training, and opportunities to participate meaningfully in the economy. The committee also engaged with the Swiss Federal Assembly and its Social Security and Health committees. We observed the importance placed on consultation in the legislative process, as well as the role of Parliament in scrutinizing government performance and public expenditure. For South Africa, the lesson is clear. Parliament's work does not end when legislation is passed. Parliament must ensure that laws are implemented, budgets are used effectively, institutions are accountable, and communities experience real improvement in services. Meaningful public participation is equally important. Health reforms must be informed by patients, health workers, community civil society organizations, experts, and all affected stakeholders. The study too highlighted several priority areas for continued oversight and engagement. These include strengthening primary health care and prevention, improving health workforce planning and retention, improve health governance, infrastructure, and facility management, strengthen health data and regulate household surveys, and ensuring sound financing and effective regulation for health reform. The committee also noted that the importance of health promotion measures, including action on tobacco, vaping products, substance use, and unhealthy lifestyle. Honorable Chairperson, the committee returned from Switzerland with a clear understanding that universal health coverage and effective social protections are long-term national projects. They require sound laws, credible financing, capable institutions, trained personnel, public trust, and sustained oversight. We will draw on international experience, but South Africa's reforms must remain rooted in our constitution and responsive to the needs of our people. The committee thanks the South African Ambassador to Switzerland, the Department of the International Relations and Cooperation, the Swiss Embassy, members of the Swiss Federal Assembly, the World Health Organization, and on all institutions that contributed to the program. I also thank members of the Select Committee as well as our committee support staff for their contribution to this work. Honorable Chairperson, I hereby table the report of the Select Committee on Social Services on its study tour to Switzerland. I thank you, Deputy Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Finis. Honorable delegates, I now put the question, and the question is that the report be adopted. Before we proceed, I shall allow provinces an opportunity to make declarations of the vote in terms of Rule 86, should they wish to, for a maximum of 3 minutes. Are there any provinces that would like to make a declaration? I don't see any hands. Therefore, we shall proceed with voting on the question, and I shall now call upon provinces to cast their votes in favor, against, or abstain. I'll start with the Eastern Cape again.
Deputy Chairperson, honorable members, the Eastern Cape votes in favor.
In favor. Thank you. Free State.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Free State votes in favor. It's getting darker. There's no electricity in Kodwa.
Sorry about that. Gauteng.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Gauteng votes in favor.
Thank you. KwaZulu-Natal.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. KwaZulu-Natal votes in favor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kawunda. Limpopo.
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson. Limpopo vote in favor. Thank you.
Thank you. Mpumalanga.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Mpumalanga vote in favor.
Thank you very much. Honorable Mabilo, Northern Cape.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. The Northern Cape votes in favor. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Setola, Northwest.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair. Northwest vote in favor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Western Cape.
Good Chair, the Western Cape will vote in favor.
Thank you. Honorable delegates, voting is now closed, and I can report that all 9 provinces voted in favor. I therefore declare that the report is adopted in accordance with Section 65 of the Constitution. Honorable delegates, we shall now go back to the 6th order, and that is a consideration of the supplementary report of the Joint Standing Committee on the Financial Management of Parliament on the draft 2026-2027 annual performance plan and budget of the Parliament of the RSA, Republic of South Africa, dated 27th of May 2026 and ATC'd on the 27th of May 2026. I now call upon the Honorable Essen Lobo, the chairperson of the Standing Committee on Financial Management, to present a report for 10 minutes. Honorable Ndlovu.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chairperson. Can I be allowed to mute my gadget, because where I'm seated is there is a weather is affecting us here.
Okay, now that we've seen your face, you may proceed with your report.
Thank you. Deputy Chair, can I also be allowed to present both reports, please? Or is... We can't hear you, Chair. I don't know, it's on my side. I can't hear you.
No, I'm saying, could you do this report first?
Okay. Thank you, Chair. Is the report of the Joint Standing Committee, Chair, on Financial Management of Parliament on the South Africa for 2024-2025 annual report, Chair. The Joint Standing Committee on the Financial Management of Parliament, having considered the parliamentary of the report of the Republic of South Africa. Chairperson, the report is divided in 3 parts. This is the introduction, the section 4 of the Financial Management of Parliament and Provincial Legislature, number 10 of 2009, provides for the establishment of the oversight mechanism to maintain oversight of the financial management of Parliament. Chair, the Joint Standing Committee on Financial Management of Parliament was established in terms of the Joint Rules of Parliament. The committee has the powers afforded to the Parliament Committee under Section 56 and 69 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, the number 108 of 1996. Chair, Section 55 of the FAMPLA requires that the accounting officer must prepare an annual report based on an annual performance plan for the purpose of providing a record of the activity of the Parliament's administration during the financial year to which the report relates, providing a report on performance of Parliament's administration, promoting accountability for decisions made by Parliament administration in the year under review. Chairperson, there's also, let me go to the part A, because I know the time will not allow me to finish the report. On the mandate, the Parliament derives its mandate from the Chapter 4 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, 1996, number 108 of 1996, which set out its composition, powers, and function. The FAMPLA, which regulates the institution's financial management, the powers, privilege, and immunities of Parliament and Provincial Legislature Act number 4 of 2004, which defines and declares the national and provincial legislature powers, privilege, and immunities. Chair, on the vision and mission, the 7th Parliament has its vision to be a transformative and active Parliament that improves the quality of the life of South Africa and ensure enduring equality of society, and its mission to represent the people and to ensure governance by the people of fulfilling its constitutional function of passing laws and overseeing executive sections. Chairperson, on the 7th Parliament strategy shift, the institution's performance in the period under review was guided by 6 strategy shifts. These are summarized in paragraph 2.41 to 246 below: infrastructure restoration. The National Assembly building and much of the old Assembly building was destroyed in a fire in January 2022. In the period under review, Parliament sought to review the infrastructure and facilities destroyed in the fire that ensure the continuity of operation, safe working spaces, and the preservation of institution heritage. Chairperson, on Part B, the performance in the 2024-25 financial year, Parliament achieved 80% of the targeted set for 2024-25. It met 8 of the 8 targets set for the financial year. The program and its administration. Program 1 provides strategies, leadership, management, and corporate services to Parliament. It comprises the following sub-programs: Executive Authority, Office of the Secretary, Corporate and Support Services. Chairperson, if you go to the Restoration Parliament building, the 2024 financial year marked the first full year implementation of the restoration and upgrade project. The objective of the project is not merely to repair the heritage structure, but to transform Parliament physical infrastructure to meet modern standards of safety, accessibility, and functionality. Chairperson, allow me to also go to the legislature and oversight. The program legislation and oversight provides procedure, information, content, and administrative support to the National Assembly and NCOP and their committees. The program comprises the following sub-program: National Assembly and National Council of Provinces, public participation and external relations, shared services and sectoral parliaments, and joint business. All 6 targeted under this program were achieved. Chairperson, I want to Chair, as I conclude the underperforming in respect of Program 1, the committee notes underperformance in respect of the rebuilding of the infrastructure destroyed in the 2022 fire and the organizational realignment and culture reset initiative. We have also noted the remedial actions taken to address the underperformance and listed under paragraphs. The committee planning framework. The committee welcomes the development and piloted of the committee planning framework, which combined with appropriate budget tailored to each committee's needs should improve the overall capacity of committees to perform focused oversight of the executive. The committee recommends that the work to address the impediment identified during the pilot phase and finalized in 2025-2026 in order for the framework to be rolled out to all committees by 2026-2027. Legislative impact assessment framework. The committee welcomes the development and piloting of the legislative impact assessment framework. Reviewing the impact of the legislation passed will ensure that the institution is able to identify and address shortcomings in the legislative process, which in turn will contribute to Parliament having a positive impact on the daily lives of all South Africans. The committee recommends that the outcomes of the pilot phase be shared with all committees and work towards the full rollout of the framework be expedited. The report to be considered, Chairperson. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ndlovu. Honorable delegates, I now put the question and the question be adopted, the report be adopted. But before we proceed, I'll allow provinces to make declarations. Are there any provinces that would like to make a declaration? I don't see any hands, and therefore we shall move on with the voting. And the question is that the report be adopted, and I'll call upon provinces to cast their votes either in favor, against, or abstain. We shall start with the Eastern Cape again. Honorable Nokonyana. Okay, let me move on to the Free State. Honorable
Chairperson, sorry. Excuse Chairperson.
Okay, all right. Go ahead. Honorable Nokonyana, Eastern Cape.
My apology, Chairperson. My apology. We vote in favor of the Eastern Cape.
Thank you very much. All right. Free State.
Thank you, Chair. We vote in favor.
Thank you. Gauteng.
Thank you, Chairperson. Gauteng votes in favor.
Thank you. KwaZulu-Natal.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair. We vote in favor of the report.
Thank you. Limpopo Province.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chairperson. Limpopo vote in favor. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Ngumalo in Mpumalanga.
Thank you, Chair. Mpumalanga vote in favor.
Thank you. Northern Cape.
Here we go. Thank you, Chair. We are in favor of the report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Northwest.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chairperson. Northwest vote in favor.
And Western Cape.
Western Cape will support, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable delegates, all 9 provinces voted in favor, and therefore the report is adopted in accordance with Section 65 of the Constitution. We shall now move on to the 8th order, and that is a consideration of the report from the Select Committee on Finance on the development cooperation between the Republic of South Africa and the Federal Republic of Germany, dated the 2nd of June 2026 and ATC'd on the 4th of June 2026. I once again call upon the chairperson of the Select Committee on Finance, Honorable Ndlovu, to present the report for 10 minutes.
Chairperson, I still have some challenges here. Please, can you allow the other committee member, Chairperson, to present that one? I'll come back to you. Thanks.
But this is unacceptable. Your reports should have been ready. You wanted to, earlier you asked me whether you can present both reports. And now you want more time.
I was talking about the one of the joint standing chair.
Okay, now this confuses other members also because we don't know whether the next member is ready to present their reports. Okay, let me go to the 9th order, and that is Honorable Pala. Are you ready to present your report?
I'm ready, Chair. Thank you very much.
Okay, now thank you for that. All right, honorable delegates, We now consider the report of the Joint Standing Committee on Defense and the Portfolio Committee on Defense and Military Veterans on the joint oversight visit to the Denel Aeronautics in Gauteng, as well as the Sandok Austral SA Shipyard, Naval Base in Durban, and the Air Force Base in Durban, KwaZulu-Natal, from the 28th to the 30th of April 2026, dated 5th of June 2026, and ATC'd on the same day, the 5th of June 2026. I now call upon the Honorable Pala to present the report for 10 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, and good afternoon, honorable members. The Joint Standing Committee on Defense and the Portfolio Committee on Defense and Military Veterans conducted a joint oversight visit from the 28th to the 30th of April 2026 to Denel Aerospace in Gauteng, as well as Sandok Austral Shipyard, Naval Base Durban, and Air Force Base Durban in KwaZulu-Natal. The visit formed part of the committee's broader oversight program, particularly in relation to the entities and facilities that support the operational capabilities of South African Air Force and the South African Navy. The information obtained will also contribute to the Joint Standing Committee's midterm report on the status of the SANDF that must be submitted to this House in the mid-2027 as per the joint rules of Parliament. I would like to begin with the Denel Aerospace, where the committee observed some encouraging developments. Denel Aerospace remains a strategically important national capability with expertise in aircraft maintenance, repair and overhaul, system upgrades, integration, and flight testing. Importantly, the entity reported progress in stabilizing its operation, recovering from previous backlogs, improving its performance against contractual obligation, and exceeding its revenue targets. The committee also noted improvement in the stakeholder confidence and welcome efforts to diversify its revenue base through international markets and partnership. There are some genuine green shoots at the Denel Aerospace, which should be supported. The committee has recommended that this strategic capability be sustained and that funding of the various Denel division be appropriately ring-fenced, particularly where divisions are demonstrating the potential to remain viable and profitable. At the same time, we remain concerned about the dependence of Denel Aerospace on underfunded South African Air Force, the aging Air Force fleet, and the continued need for critical spares and upgrades. The committee has accordingly called for longer-term view on the helicopter fleet and its associated funding, including the future of Oryx, A109, and Rooival platforms. The most concerning issue arising from the visit, however, was Project Hotel at Sandok Austral Shipyard. This is a project for the construction of a new hydrographic survey vessel for South African Navy. The vessel is strategically important as it supports South Africa's maritime safety responsibilities and international hydrographic obligation, including the production of navigational information for international shipping. The difficulty is that the project is substantially behind schedule and has been subject to significant delays, cost concerns, and governance questions. The committee were not satisfied that the information presented by AMSCO provided sufficient clarity on the current cost of the project, the expenditure incurred, the remaining funding requirements, and the realistic completion timeline on the way forward. Members also questioned why a project execution plan was only produced in March 2025. The committee is particularly concerned about AMSCO's management of this project. Every delay in a major defense acquisition has a consequence for military capability. In this particular case, the delay affects the operational capabilities of South African Navy and potential South Africa's ability to meet its international hydrographic responsibility. The committee has therefore recommended that AMSCO provide a detailed account of expenditure, payment percentage completion, projected completion cost, and timelines, as well as implication of equipment currently in storage. We have further recommended the Minister instruct AMSCO to undertake a review of Sandok Austral capacity to complete the project and provide a definitive way forward, including the associated cost and risk. The Auditor General has also been requested to include a project hotel among the areas under review. The concern raised by the project hotel also point to a broader issue. Members observe that similar procurement and project delivery challenges appears across the defense environment. We therefore need to understand whether what we observed at Project Hotel represent an isolated failure or a symptom of wider systematic problem in defense acquisition, procurement, funding, and project management. This is an important question for Parliament because ultimately they translate into capability gaps for the Defense Force. The visit to Naval Base Durban raised a different but related concern. The consequences of prolonged strategic indecision, the condition of infrastructure at the base is clearly not what it should be. The critical system, including sewage, water, and fuel infrastructure, require urgent intervention, while accommodation and other facilities also require attention. At the same time, there has been uncertainty for several years about whether the base should ultimately remain in Durban or be relocated to Richards Bay. The committee has therefore recommended that the relevant ministers and stakeholders urgently convene to make a strategic decision on the future of Naval Base Durban and Air Force Base Durban and provide Parliament with a roadmap for that decision. This should allow the necessary infrastructure investment to proceed on the basis of a clear strategic direction. A similar pattern emerged at the Air Force Base Durban. The committee observed significant infrastructure deterioration, including concern relating to security, power, water, building, and other facilities. More importantly, from an operational perspective, the committee was concerned about the availability and maintenance of helicopter fleet. The Oryx and A109 fleets face significant airworthiness and maintenance challenges, including shortages of critical spares and long delays in obtaining components. In some instances, aircraft are being cannibalized for parts to maintain others. Here again, there has been a prolonged uncertainty over the proposed relocation of the helicopter base to King Shaka International Airport. The committee is concerned that strategic uncertainty combined with infrastructure deterioration and maintenance backlog is ultimately being carried at the operational level. We therefore need decision on the future of this base together with a sustainable long-term plan for a helicopter fleet. Honorable members, if there's one overarching message emerging from this oversight visit, it is the need for strategic direction. The problem identified at the four sides are different, but they share a common future. The consequence of insufficient long-term decision, whether it concerns the future of Denel Aerospace, the management of major naval acquisition, the future of Naval Base Durban, or the future of Air Force Durban, and the helicopter fleet, operational and financial decision cannot be separated from clear policy and long-term planning. This is why the committee regards the cabinet-approved defense policy, including the journey to greatness, as a particularly important. The Joint Standing Committee on Defense will engage with the Department of Defense later this month on this policy document. We expect these documents to provide strategic direction that's currently lacking in a number of areas, and importantly, to provide a realistic and adequately funded framework for addressing the structural and long-term challenges identified throughout the visit. I hereby, Chair, table the report of the Joint Standing Committee to the House. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Pala, for that report. Honorable delegates, I now put the question, and the question is that the report be adopted. But I shall now allow provinces an opportunity to make declarations in terms of Rule 86, if they so wish. Are there any provinces that would like to make a declaration? I don't see any hands. We shall now proceed to voting, and heads of delegations are asked to vote either in favor, against, or abstain. We'll start again with the Eastern Cape.
Chairperson, the Eastern Cape votes in favor.
Thank
Still
you.
having a problem about my camera.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you. Free State. Honorable Nuwe.
Hello, Chair. I'm just saying I will no longer show face. The candle can't give enough light. Dark. The state votes in favor, Chair. Thank you very much.
Right. Thank you. We understand your situation. Gauteng.
Thank you, Chairperson. Gauteng votes in favor.
KwaZulu-Natal.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. KwaZulu-Natal votes in favor.
Limpopo.
Thanks very much, Deputy Chair. Limpopo vote in favor. Thank you.
Mpumalanga.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Mpumalanga vote in favor. Thank you.
Honorable Mabilo, Northern Cape.
No, thank you very much, Deputy Chair. Northern Cape, we vote in favor. Thank you.
Thank you. Northwest.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chairperson. Northwest vote in favor. Thank you.
Thank you. Western Cape.
You Chair, the Western Cape will support.
Thank you very much. Honorable delegates, voting is now closed, and I can announce that all 9 provinces voted in favor, and the report is therefore adopted in accordance with Section 65 of the Constitution. Could I ask if Honorable Logo, you are now ready?
Yes, Chair, Deputy Chair.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Honorable delegates, we shall now proceed to the 8th order, and that is a consideration of the report of the Select Committee on Finance on development cooperation between the Republic of South Africa and the Federal Republic of Germany, dated 2nd June 2026 and tabled on the 4th of June 2026. I now call upon the Honorable Essen Lobo, Chairperson of the Select Committee on Finance, to present the report for 10 minutes. Honorable Lobo.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Again, I will request for the not showing the camera. Thank you, Chair. A cooperation agreement, Chairperson, between the report on the Select Committee on Finance and Development cooperation between the South Africa and the Federal Republic of Germany, dated 2 June 2026. Chair, a cooperation agreement between nations is a formal, legally binding treaty that outlines the terms, objectives, and conditions of a working partnership. This pact serves as framework for countries to collaborate on mutual interests while preserving their individual national sovereignty. As presented by the National Treasury Chair to the committee on the 5th of May 2026, the Germany Development Cooperation dates to 1994. Core areas of cooperation include 1, peaceful and inclusive society; 2, sustainable economic development, training and and employment; 3, climate and energy just transition; and 4, Chair, healthy, with a focus on vaccine production and distribution. The development cooperation between South Africa and Germany, according to National Treasury, this cooperation is in form of financial and technical agreement. Following the negotiations in 2024, Germany committed funding of euro 276.5 million, Chair, which is approximately 5.2 billion for the period from 2025 to 2026. An amount of 4 million is committed towards strengthening participation in the energy transition project. The aim of the project is to build long-term buy-in and acceptance for the energy transition by strengthening communities and citizen participation, engagement, and benefits. In South Africa, the Development of Electricity and Energy will implement the project. Chair, on the constitutional requirement for international agreement, in terms of Section 231 of the Constitution, the negotiating and signing of all international agreement is the responsibility of the National Executive. and an international agreement binds the Republic only after it has been approved by the resolution in both the National Assembly and the NCOP. Having considered all, Chair, exchange of notes between the Republic of South Africa and the Federal Republic of Germany regarding an arrangement concerning the project Just Energy Transition Support Program tables in terms of Section 231 subsection 3 of the Constitution of Republic of South Africa 1996 and explanatory memorandum to the exchange of notes between the Republic of South Africa and the Federal Republic of Germany regarding an arrangement concerning the project Just Energy Transition Support Program, Chair. The report, Chair, from the Select Committee approves the international agreement between the Republic and the South African and Federal Republic of Germany. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ndlovu.
Report to be considered and approved, Chair.
Honorable delegates, I now put the question, and the question is that the report be adopted. But I shall allow provinces an opportunity to make declarations, so should they so wish to. And I'll now ask provinces if they have a declaration. I don't see any hands, so we shall proceed to voting on the question. Call upon heads of delegations to indicate whether they vote in favor, against, or abstain. We'll start again with the Eastern Cape.
Honorable members, the Eastern Cape votes in favor.
Thank you. Free State.
Free State votes in favor, Deputy Chair.
Thank you very much. Gauteng.
Gauteng votes in favor.
Thank you. KwaZulu-Natal.
The warmest province to be, Chair, votes in favor.
Thank you very much, but I know that I'm in KZN and it's quite cold here today. We now move to Limpopo.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Limpopo province vote in favor. Thank you.
Thank you. In Mpumalanga.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Mpumalanga vote in favor.
Thank you very much. Northern Cape.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. The Northern Cape votes in favor. Thank you.
Northwest.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chairperson. As Northwest, we vote in favor. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Setole. Western Cape.
Western Cape supports, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Badenhorst. Honorable delegates, I can announce that all 9 provinces voted in favor, and therefore the report is adopted in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. Honorable delegates, we shall now move on to the 10th order, and that is a consideration of the report of the Select Committee on Social Services on the 6th Convention of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women Periodic Report, dated 17th of June 2026 and ATC'd on the 17th of June 2026. I now call upon the Honorable Finnis, the Chairperson of the Select Committee on Social Services, to present a report for 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair. The Select Committee on Social Services, having considered the South African period report on the 6th Convention of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, SADAW, presented by the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, reports as follows: that the background, South Africa exceeded the SADAW on 29 January 1993 and ratify the convention in December 1995. In fulfilling its international obligations, South Africa is required to submit periodic reports on the measures it has taken to implement the convention. The report is due for submission to the Secretariat of the United Nations, Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights. The purpose of this report builds upon South Africa's 5th periodic report 29 to 2014 and incorporate recommendation highlight progress made towards achieving substantive equality between women and men. The adoption of this report would ensure that South Africa has not met its international obligations. Signing and rectifying the convention strengthen the multilateral and international measures established in Africa to safeguard the interest of women. In addition, it demonstrates South Africa's commitment to dismantling discrimination against women in all forms. The progress in terms of the report is notable gains have been made, including efforts to combat gender-based violence, enhance women's political representation, and promote socio-economic inclusion. In accordance with Article 1 and 2 of the Convention, Section 9, Equality Clause of the South African Constitution prohibits direct and indirect discrimination by the state, public sector, and by the private persons or organizations, the private sector. The Constitution protects all individuals from discrimination. Chapter 2 contains the Bill of Rights. The South African Constitution establishes equality, human dignity, and non-sexism as founding values. Section 9 guarantees equality before the law and prohibits discrimination on the grounds of sex, gender, pregnancy, marital status, and related grounds. Parliament launched the Women's Charter of Accelerated Development in 2021. The national framework set a 25-year vision for improving the lives of women in South Africa. It is meant to guide government's planning, budgeting, and legislation so that women's needs are fully included. As in the Women's Charter for Accelerated Development 2021, some of the key issues for priority action hence include effecting specific gender-sensitive amendments to development policy design, budget policy, and legislative framework design, including all the government's strategic development programs, which are key for anchoring mandatory gender-sensitive state actions as well as processes. Gender legislation and frameworks were introduced during the current reporting period to help address the scourge of gender-based violence and reinforce the existing national policy framework. This includes the gender responsive planning, budgeting, monitoring, evaluation, and auditing framework, National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide, National Council on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide Act of 2024. The National Gender Machinery serves as a coordination mechanism for implementing ZDAW. It comprises of the Department of Women, Youth, Persons with Disability, the CGE, the gender focal points across all government departments as well as municipalities, the South African Local Government Association, Women's Commission, Parliament, independent bodies, as well as civil society. However, South Africa notes the challenges that continue to hinder the full relations of the rights, including high levels of gender-based violence, economic inequality, limited access to resources for rural and marginalized women, and gaps in effective implementation and accountability. So, as the committee, we table the report for considerations. I think for consideration. I thank you, Deputy Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Finis. Honorable delegates, I now put the question, and the question is that the report be adopted. But before that, we shall allow provinces an opportunity to make declarations if they so wish to. Are there any provinces that want to make declarations? I don't see any hands, so we shall move on to voting, and we'll start again with the Eastern Cape.
Chair, Deputy Chair, and honorable members, the Eastern Cape votes in favor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Free State.
Deputy Chair, Free State votes in favor.
Thank you. Gauteng.
Deputy Chair, thank you. Gauteng votes in favor.
Thank you. KwaZulu-Natal.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. KwaZulu-Natal vote in favor.
Thank you very much. Limpopo.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. The province of Limpopo vote in favor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mpumalanga.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Mpumalanga vote in favor. Thanks.
Thank you. Northern Cape.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. We are in support of the report. Thank you.
Thank you. Northwest.
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson. Northwest vote in favor. Thank you.
Thank you. Western Cape.
Chair, Western Cape supports.
Thank you. Honorable delegates, all 9 provinces voted in favor, and the voting is now closed, and therefore the report is adopted in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. Honorable delegates, we shall now move on to the 11th order, and that is a consideration of the report of the Select Committee on Agriculture, Land Reform and Mineral Resources on the oversight visit to Madibeng in the Northwest Province from the 10th to the 13th of March 2026, dated 23rd of June 2026, and ATC'd on the 24th of June 2026. I know that Honorable Modise, the chairperson of the Select Committee, was having some challenges, and I hope that he is now available to present the report. Honorable Modise. Honorable Modise, are you able to present your report? Honorable delegates, I shall now proceed to the 12th order and allow Honorable Modise some time to sort his gadget out. We shall now proceed to the 12th order, and that is a consideration of the report on the Select Committee on Agriculture and Land Reform again. It is the Honorable Modise, so we shall skip that and wait for him to get back to us. And I hope somebody is assisting him with that. We shall now move on to the 13th order. Honorable Badanos, will you be ready?
Chair, I'm ready. I'm just going to leave my camera off for the bandwidth.
Okay, honorable delegates, we now proceed to the 13th order, the consideration of the joint report. So on Select Committee on Public Infrastructure and Minister in the Presidency and Select Committee on Cooperative Governance and Public Administration on the joint oversight visit to the city of Matlosana, local municipality in the Northwest Province from the 22nd to the 23rd of April, 2026, dated 7th of May, 2026, and ATC'd on the 9th of July, 2026. I now call upon the Honorable Badanos, the chairperson of the Select Committee, to present the report for 10 minutes. Honorable Badanos.
Chair, thank you very much. I'll skip the pleasantries and I'll just go straight into the report. The purpose of this visit was straightforward. It was to move beyond presentations and reports and assess on the ground whether government interventions are actually improving infrastructure, governance, and service delivery. Matlosana is currently subject to a mandatory financial recovery plan in terms of Section 1395 of the Constitution. There are indications of administrative stabilization, financial disciplines are being strengthened, policies reviewed, and engagements are taking place with major creditors such as Eskom and Rand Water. But the central finding of this report is equally clear. Administrative stabilization is not yet translated into sufficient visible and sustainable improvements in the lives of residents. Water and sanitation remain among the most serious concerns. The municipality faces aging infrastructure, sewer spillages, vandalism, inadequate maintenance, and serious deficiencies at its wastewater treatment works in Klerksdorp, Hartbeesfontein, Orkney, and Stilfontein. This is not merely a municipal inconvenience. Some of these systems discharge into rivers that ultimately feed the Vaal River. The consequences therefore extend beyond Matlosana. The Department of Water and Sanitation has issued multiple non-compliance notices, yet at the time of our visit, the municipality had still not submitted the required corrective action plans. The report consequently recommends a firm deadline of the 31st of August 2026 for these plans. Financial management presents another major concern. Conditional grants are intended to address infrastructure backlogs, yet Matlosana has struggled to spend these funds effectively. MIC expenditure stood at only 38% at the end of December 2025, resulting in National Treasury withholding portions of allocations. Although expenditure subsequently improved, this demonstrates the cost of weak project preparation and implementation capacity. Governance weaknesses compound these problems. The municipality did not have a functional financial misconduct disciplinary board. MPAC was not fully performing its statutory oversight responsibilities. There was political interference in appointments, and procurement was repeatedly raised, while the municipal council itself remains deeply divided. The committee's message is therefore simple. The financial recovery plan cannot succeed if consequence management remains weak. Our visit to the MXN Human Settlements Project in Jacaranda section demonstrated precisely what happens when planning, contracting, and oversight fail. Approximately 1,600 housing units were effectively placed in the hands of a single contractor despite capacity limitations. Only 263 units have been fully implemented or fully completed. The original completion target of March 2026 was missed, and the contractor had reportedly abandoned the site for extended periods. The residents showed us incomplete houses, leaking roofs, sewer spillages, open trenches, and housing without properly synchronized water and electricity infrastructure. Some structures had remained incomplete for years. Perhaps the most concerning is that questions remain regarding the utilization of nearly 1 billion rand associated with the project and related infrastructure investment. The report therefore recommends an immediate performance review, termination of non-performing contracts, referral of defaulting contractors to the National Treasury's register of tender defaulters, subdivision of large contracts to reduce risk, a comprehensive financial audit, and stricter revised completion deadlines or completion timelines. It further requires the municipality to address open trenches and sewer leaks immediately and to hold a public meeting with affected residents within 14 days of adoption of this report. Our oversight of the Klerksdorp Correctional Centre refurbishment raised a different but equally important concern. The original contract value was approximately 94.4 million rand, increased to a projected 118.9 million rand. At the time of reporting, approximately 88.5 million rand had already been certified for payment, more than 93% of the original contract value, while physical completion stood at only 74%. The project has also exceeded its approved construction period, with time elapsed at approximately 115%, and its anticipated completion moved to the 30th of October 2026. While the committee observes good quality completed work in several areas, these figures demonstrate why Parliament must interrogate the relationship between expenditure, physical progress, and value for money. Chair, there were also positive developments. Road rehabilitation projects have been completed. SANRAL has projects at planning and design stages. Improvements were observed in parts of the wastewater system, and the financial recovery plan has introduced greater financial discipline. But optimism must be based on measurable outcomes and not on intentions only. The district development model illustrates this challenge. Political coordination structures were described as moderately functional, but technical coordination remains weak, and funding continues to be sector-driven. Without measurable outcomes and integrated budgets, the DDM risks becoming another planning exercise rather than an instrument of delivery. The report therefore places specific responsibilities and deadlines on the municipality, the province, and the national government. These include strengthening MPAC, establishing the Financial Misconduct Board, referring defaulting contractors, improving front-loaded project planning, and report back to the committees on implementation. The real test of this report will not be whether the NCOP adopted today. The real test will be whether, when Parliament returns to Matlasana, the sewage is working, houses are completed, roads are maintained, public money can be accounted for, and officials and contractors who fail face consequences. Oversight cannot end with identifying failure. It must follow the money, enforce deadlines, and demand results. I therefore commend this report to the House for consideration and adoption. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honourable Badenhorst. Honourable delegates, I now put the question, and the question is that the report be adopted. Before that, I will allow delegations to make declarations if they so wish. Are there any provinces that would like to make a declaration? I don't see any hands, so we shall proceed to voting, and I'll call upon the Eastern Cape.
Deputy Chair, honorable members, the Eastern Cape supports the report. Thank you.
Thank you. Free State.
Free State support, Deputy Chair.
Thank you. Gauteng.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Gauteng supports the report.
Thank you. KwaZulu-Natal.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. KZN supports the report.
Thank you very much. Limpopo.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. The province of Limpopo support the report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. In Mpumalanga.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Mpumalanga support the report.
Thank you very much. Northern Cape.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. We are in support of the report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Northern Cape.
It's Northwest now.
Oh, sorry, Northwest.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chairperson. Northwest support the report.
Okay, Western Cape.
The Deputy, Western Cape supports.
You can't support your own report. Can we get somebody else from the Western Cape to support your report?
I'm sure we can get Honorable Godsell to Honorable Swart. I'm sure they're online.
Please.
Thank you, Chairperson. Western Cape support the report.
Okay, thank you.
Honorable Chair, Paul Swart, Western Cape support.
Thank you very much, honorable delegates. The report has been supported, and I can report that all 9 provinces voted in favor of the report, and therefore the report is adopted in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. Honorable delegates, I've been informed that Honorable Modise is back with us. Can I confirm, Honorable Modise, are you ready to present your report? Doesn't seem like it, so we shall proceed to the 14th order.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you now, Honorable Modise. Are you back with us? Honorable Modise? Honorable Modise, I can hear you. Are you back with us?
I don't know if you can hear me, Chair.
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, now I can hear you as well, Chair.
Okay, great. Are you
My
ready?
apologies, Chair. The laptop had died, so I had to switch gadgets as well. So I'm using the tablet. The unfortunate part with the tablet is that even if I switch on my camera, you won't see me. I'm in the background. It is not nice. I'm already on the road, Chair. There are no lights on the road.
Oh, shame. No, I can see you. You can switch your camera off.
Thank you, Chair.
Honorable delegates. Okay. Can I read the order into the record before you proceed? Honorable delegates, we now proceed to the 11th order, that is a consideration of the report of the Select Committee on Agriculture, Land Reform and Mineral Resources on the oversight visit to Madibeng in the Northwest Province from 10th to 13th March 2026, dated the 23rd of June 2026, and ATC'd on the 24th of June 2026. I now call upon the Honorable Modise, the chairperson of the Select Committee on Agriculture, Land Reform and Mineral Resources, to present the report for 10 minutes. Honorable Modise.
Thank you so much, Chair. Good evening to leadership on the platform, and the protocol is observed. Chair, because the report was indeed ATC, I want to believe that members of parliament had taken time and opportunity to go through the report, and therefore I will not rehearse the report, but I will just go straight to the matters that should be considered by the House, that we as the committee are very concerned about, and that there are about 4 or 5 of those matters that I will present, and I hope I will not even take 10 minutes. One, Chair, is that the discussion did not include the responsibilities of Sogima Mining in relation to the relocation process as to who will be responsible for the cost. According to the literature reviewed, there appears to be a reference for a mining house also having to be a cost if a community has to be relocated in favor of mining. But at the same time, the municipality and the Department of Human Settlement apportion part of the blame for the delays in finalizing the relocation to the lack of funds. Specifically, they refer to what is presumed to be revitalization of distressed mining towns program, which appears to be tapering off in terms of activity after the interministerial committee specifically formed for this program was reported as abolished in 2019. What is also vital to clarify is when, during the process of establishing the MOU and following up on the feasibility study paid for by Sogima Mines, did the relocation process collapse? It is unlikely that the process will reach a final costing phase as it will have been raised in the meeting and as the reasons for the delay. 2, when studying the map of Sogima Mines operation, it was noticed that the settlement close to the mine that the local municipality is in the process of formalizing is not just encompassing the blasting radius of 500 meters from Sogima operations, but extends into the same distance away from Somanco operations, which 2 issues need to be clarified. Why did the municipality decide to settle community members into an area where Samanco and Sogima had mining rights, and the knowledge of future blasting operation should have influenced the placement of the settlement? 2, the map the committee was shown during the site visit showed earthworks of Samanco mine close to the area affected by blasting. If there is more than one mine operating in close proximity, the Department of Mineral and Petroleum Resources need to clarify how it was determined that only Sogima mining activity was responsible for the damage reported. 3, the committee posed a series of questions to the individual present in the meeting to clarify which role players were responsible for the collapse of relocation process and why the instruction of the then Minister of Human Settlement were never executed. The responses the committee received were not satisfactory, instead directing the committee back to the executive of the department in question. To date, the committee secretariat has not received any feedback on questions posed to the Department of Human Settlement after the initial oversight. Multiple requests and reminders were sent. 4, why did the National or Regional Office of Department of Mineral Petroleum Resource not send any representative to the meeting? And lastly, Chair, the community received a written response from the Department of Minerals and Petroleum Resources regarding the reason for the cancellation of the blasting permit, but did not receive a copy of the official report emanating from the initial complaints received from the community. It is clear from the response from the department that the matter revolves around Sogima blasting within 500 meters radius to the settlement in question. No further details have been made available to the community, to the committee after numerous communications. We therefore request that this report be adopted, Chair. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Modise. Honorable delegates, I put the question that the report be adopted, but before we do so, I'll allow provinces an opportunity to make declarations if they so wish in terms of Rule 86. Are there any provinces that would like to make declarations? I don't see any hands, and therefore we shall move to voting, and I call upon the Eastern Cape to cast their vote.
We support the report. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Free State?
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Free State supports the report.
Gauteng?
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Gauteng supports the report.
Thank you. KwaZulu-Natal?
Thank you, Deputy Chair. We support the report.
Limpopo?
Thank you, Deputy Chair. The province of Limpopo support the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mokwele. Mpumalanga?
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Mpumalanga support the report.
Northern Cape?
Thank you, Deputy Chair. The province of the Northern Cape is in support for the
Thank
report.
you. Northwest?
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Northwest supports.
Thank you very much. Western Cape?
Western Cape supports, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable delegates, the voting is now closed, and I can report that all 9 provinces have voted in favor of the report, and therefore the report is adopted in accordance with Section 65 of the Constitution. Honorable delegates, we shall now proceed to the 12th order, and that is the consideration of the report of the Select Committee on Agriculture, Land Reform and Mineral Resources on the Foot and Mouth Disease Workshop co-hosted by the Select Committee on Agriculture, Land Reform and Mineral Resources and the Gauteng Provincial Legislature, dated the 23rd of June 2026, and 80 seat on the 26th of June, 2026. Once again, call upon the Honorable Modise, the chairperson of the Select Committee, to present the report for 10 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Once again, because the report was indeed 80 seat, I will only concentrate on committee recommendations, whilst also thanking honorable members and the support staff led by Mr. Bauer for this report. One, the delegation strongly advised the rapid development of an institutionalized structured reporting process on provincial vaccination rollout, disease incidents and disease prevention measures to ensure alignment with national targets. Two, to assist farmers and local government alike, it is proposed that the National Council of Provinces investigate the possibility of developing a province-by-province vaccination progress dashboard to strengthen coordinated oversight between spheres of government. Data recorded should include provincial surveillance data and laboratory performance to ensure that provincial reporting continues to inform national biosecurity risk classification updates and to strengthen early warning systems to government and farmers alike. Three, as part of provincial engagement during the rollout of the foot and mouth disease vaccination drive, the delegation strongly advised local and provincial government level reporting on the development of provincial veterinary capacity in order for the National Council of Provinces to monitor the effort that the effort will be sufficient to administer the number of vaccine planned within required timeframes. Four, the delegation proposes engagement with the relevant committee within the National Council of Provinces responsible for law enforcement to ensure that the control of animal movement and other animal control enforcement required at provincial level supports the National Biosecurity Framework. Five, for the committee to track biosecurity responsibilities related to Schedule 4 responsibility in each province, the delegation recommends measurable provincial preparedness benchmark to give practical effect to Schedule 4 biosecurity responsibilities. Six, National Council of Provinces should encourage provinces to formally integrate authorized private veterinaries into provincial outbreaks plans to enhance capacity without weakening oversight, keeping in mind any national legislation. Six, the delegation noted with concerns the figures related to number of state veterinaries available and the number of vaccine per day that must be administered to bring the foot and mouth disease outbreak under control. It is recommended that the provincial departments seriously consider developing a standardized framework for private veterinaries authorization to ensure uniformity across provinces and speed up assistance from the private sector in administering foot and mouth disease vaccines in areas where the assistance is critical to the success of the program. And lastly, the delegation proposes a 6-month follow-up review of provincial veterinary capacity to be conducted to measure progress against commitments made in this workshop, and that the monitoring of veterinary capacity and performance of control measures across all provinces become standardized monthly to avert degradation of intervention capacity. We therefore propose that the report be adopted. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Modise. I know that you are having extreme challenges there, but thank you for presenting your reports. Honorable delegates, I now put the question, and the question is that the report be adopted, but I will allow the delegations to make a declaration if they so wish for 3 minutes. Is there any province that would like to make a declaration? I don't see any hands, so we shall proceed to the voting. And I will ask the head of delegates to cast in favor, against, or abstain. The Eastern Cape.
We support the report, Deputy Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Free State.
Free State supports the report, Deputy Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Gauteng.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Gauteng supports the report.
KwaZulu-Natal.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. KZN votes in favor of the report.
Thank you. Limpopo.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. The province of Limpopo support the report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mpumalanga.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Mpumalanga vote in support.
Thank you very much. Northern Cape.
Re a leboga motlatsa modulasetulo Kapa Bokone re a Emma Nokeng report in. Thank you. We support the report.
Thank you very much. Northwest.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chairperson. Northwest supports the report.
Northern Cape.
I am done, Chair. It's the second time now. We support the
Sorry.
report. I've already said.
Sorry,
Thank
Western
you.
Cape. It's getting late now. Western Cape.
Western Cape supports, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Badenhorst. Honorable delegates, I can announce that the voting is now closed and all 9 provinces voted in favor of the report. And the report is therefore adopted in accordance with Section 65 of the Constitution. Honorable delegates, we shall now move on to the 14th order, and that is a consideration of the report of the Joint Standing Committee on Defense, Military Veterans on the presidential letter of the deployment of South African National Defence Force in support of the South African Police Service, dated the 9th of July 2026 and ATC'd on the 16th of July 2026. And I call upon the Honorable Pala, the chairperson of the Joint Standing Committee, to present his report for 10 minutes. Honorable Pala.
Thank you once again, Chair. Allow me to switch off my camera.
Yes, you may do so and continue.
Thank you. Once again, good evening, honorable members. The report before this House, is about the employment of members of the South African National Defence Force in support of the South African Police Service, following the President's letter dated the 30th June 2026, which was tabled in Parliament on the 3rd July 2026. In terms of the Joint Rule 156 subsection 1, the Joint Standing Committee on Defence is required to report to both houses on employment of the South African National Defence Force by the President in fulfillment of the international obligation in defence of the Republic or in cooperation with the South African Police Services. The presidential letter was submitted in accordance with Section 201, subsection 3 of the Constitution and Section 18, subsection 2, subsection E of the Defence Act. The deployment comprised 3,405 members of the South African National Defence Force who were placed on standby to assist the South African Police Service in maintaining law and order during the planned countrywide marches against illegal immigration. The deployment was for the period 28th June to 31st July 2026, with an expected expenditure of 54.6 million rand. The Joint Standing Committee on Defence considered the President's letter at its meeting of the 9th July 2026 and received a high-level briefings on the deployment. In its engagement, the committee noted the deployment and sought assurance that the South African National Defence Force members were appropriately prepared and equipped should they be required to deploy. The committee also emphasized that, consistent with the constitutional framework, the internal deployment of the SANDF should remain an exception. Members further stressed the importance of Parliament being informed promptly and comprehensively should there be any extension of the deployment or any related deployment. This has been a problem identified in the past with delayed submission of the deployment letters to the Parliament, and the matter has been raised with the presiding officers to address with the Office of the President. We therefore trust that late submission will not recur in future. It is important to clarify the committee's position. The Joint Standing Committee on Defence did not oppose the deployment. Having considered the presidential letter and received the briefings, the committee did not recommend that the deployment be amended or substituted or terminated. Consequently, there was no proposed termination or amendment of the deployment for the NCOP to consider. The report was accordingly submitted to both houses in fulfillment of the committee's reporting obligation, with the recommendation that the report be noted. I hereby support that the report be noted, Honorable Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Pala. Honorable delegates, that was the report on the 14th order, and I'll now put the question, and the question is that the report be adopted. Before we proceed to voting, however, I shall allow provinces the opportunity to make their declarations of vote in terms of Rule 86, if they so wish, with a maximum of 3 minutes per declaration. If I can have an indication of any provinces that would like to declare at this point. I see no hands, and we shall therefore proceed with the voting on the question. I now call upon the provinces to cast their vote, and when called upon to do so, the heads of delegations must indicate whether they vote in favour, against, or abstain. We'll start once again with the Eastern Cape.
Chair, the Eastern Cape vote in support. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The Free State Province.
As Chair, Free State supports the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Nue. Gauteng Province.
Thank you, Chairperson. Gauteng votes in favor.
Thank you. KwaZulu-Natal.
Thank you, House Chair. KwaZulu-Natal supports the report.
Thank you, Honourable Kaunda. Limpopo. Does Limpopo support the report? Are they against it, or do they abstain? Limpopo Province. Let's move on then to the Mpumalanga Province, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. Mpumalanga vote in support.
The Northern Cape.
Thank you, House Chair. Northern Cape votes in support.
Thank you. Northwest Province.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Northwest supports.
Western Cape.
Thank you, Chair. Western Cape supports.
And Limpopo Province, last chance.
Limpopo support, Chair.
Limpopo supports. Thank you. Honourable delegates, voting is now closed. All 9 provinces have voted in favour, and I therefore declare the report adopted in accordance with Section 65 of the Constitution. Honourable delegates, we'll now proceed to the 15th order of the day. It's the consideration of the report of the Select Committee on Public Petitions and Executive Undertakings on the executive undertakings that were made by the Minister of Basic Education during the House sitting, as adopted on the 23rd of June 2026. The report was published in the announcements, tablings and committee reports on the 4th of August 2026, page 83. I now call on the Honourable OJ Mokai, who's the chairperson of the Select Committee on Petitions, Public Petitions and Executive Undertakings, to present the committee report for the next 10 minutes. Honourable Mokai.
Thank you very much, Honourable House Chairperson. Good evening also to colleagues on the platform, the honourable members, all the stakeholders, support staff who are with us this evening. Chairperson, as you've rightfully said, these were the undertakings that were made by the Minister of Basic Education in her budget vote debate on the 8th of July last year. And I'm just going to quote the executive undertakings as we've received them from the Office of the Chairperson of the Council as referred to us. The first executive undertaking, verbatimly, the minister said, "We have set ourselves a bold target to register 10,000 ECD centers in the current financial year." The second executive undertaking, in addition, the national catalogue for grades 1 to 3 is being updated to ensure learners receive higher quality curriculum aligned materials. Honourable members, we anticipate this new national catalogue being in place by 2026 for procurement for the 2027 school year. The third executive undertaking, I read verbatimly, We are reviewing the public school infrastructure regulations to strengthen oversight and enforcement. The review scheduled for completion in this financial year will include public and stakeholder inputs. The fourth undertaking, we have also initiated the development of disaster management guidelines to assist our schools. This is especially important in line of the Mtata natural disasters, where sadly learners lost their lives, honorable members, and hundreds of schools were damaged. The fifth one, we are reviewing the models used by provinces to implement the National School Nutrition Program to improve efficiency, financial management, and accountability in how the program is implemented. The sixth executive undertakings, 162 million is set aside for ECD infrastructure, focusing on the upgrading and formalization of centers, especially in poorer areas. Executive number 7, we are increasing efforts to support learners whose home language differs from the language they are taught in, and therefore a further 57 million is allocated over the MTF for the mother tongue-based bilingual education. The last undertaking from the minister, she said, the Funza Lushaka Bursary Scheme will support just over 9,000 students in the financial year, focusing on math, science, and foundation phase. Now, Honorable Chair, these undertakings were referred to us, and as such, we had the Basic Education Minister coming to our committee, and we interrogated her progress report on these executive undertakings. I now table the report with the committee's observations. That in response of undertaking 1, the department stated that the Banapili mass registration drive received 19,376 registration applications, exceeding the target of 10,000. Of these, 14,442 were completed and 11,347 were approved at the bronze level. The department was currently preparing for the silver and gold levels. On executive number 2, the department reported that the review for the national catalogue had been finalized. Procurement will take place in 2026 with implementation planned for 2027. On executive number 3, the department reported that the review process was supported by a dedicated task team and that external stakeholder engagement was underway. On executive undertaking number 4, the department reported that its guidelines were under consultation with relevant stakeholders, and once approved, they will be published for public comment. On number 5, the department stated that a reform process had been initiated to standardize the national schools national feeding scheme across all provinces. The project plan focused on procurement reforms, and digital monitoring system will be finalized by the end of the 2025-2026 financial year. On executive undertaking number 6, the department submitted that the funding was used to carry out minor infrastructure upgrades at conditionally registered ECD centers, to construct new facilities in high demand areas, and to provide health and safety support. On number 7, the department reported that the teacher training and capacity building, the medium-term focus was to extend teacher orientation to grades 5, 6, and 7, and to implement continuous professional development via digital platforms. Regarding assessment and learning outcomes, bilingual grade 4 assessments were completed, and preparatory work for grade 5 assessment was underway. And then on the last one, Chair, the department reported that 8,397 bursaries were awarded in Q1. This figure rose to 8,647 in Q2. The bursaries were awarded to the foundation, intermediate, and senior phases of the Bachelor of Education degree. Chairperson, if you allow me, I'm now going to go to our observations and key findings. In noting the progress report provided by the Department of Basic Education on the implementation of the executive undertakings under review, the committee made the following observation and key findings: that despite operating in a constrained fiscal environment, the Department of Basic Education made meaningful progress across several of the undertakings. Regarding ECD, the Banapili mass registration drive generated more than 19,000 applications and more than 11,000 centers were approved at bronze level. The committee was informed that the National Schools Nutrition Program was being reformed to introduce a standardized procurement process enhance monitoring systems, and improve coordination across all levels of implementation. And lastly, the committee was assured that the teacher training for the mother tongue-based bilingual education was complete across all provinces and that bilingual learning materials had been distributed. These efforts, supported by targeted funding, were essential to improving literacy and learning outcomes, particularly in the foundation phase. Chairperson, having noted the progress made from the Department of Basic Education on the implementation of the on the executive undertakings under the review, the committee observed that this undertaking has been adequately implemented and therefore recommends their closure. And therefore, Chairperson, I table this report for your consideration and adoption of the House. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Mokai. Honourable delegates, I'll now put the question, and the question is that the report be adopted. Before we proceed to voting, I shall allow provinces the opportunity to make their declarations of vote in terms of Rule 86 if they so wish. Are there any provinces wishing to declare? Honourable delegates, we shall now proceed to the voting on the question, and I now call upon provinces to cast their votes. When called upon, heads of delegations must please indicate if they vote in favour of, against, or abstain from supporting this report. The first province to do so, to vote, will be the Eastern Cape. Honourable Nkonyana.
Eastern Cape votes in favour. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Free State Province.
Free State Province supports the report, House Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Nue. Gauteng.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Gauteng supports the report.
Thank you, Honourable Maraniso. KwaZulu-Natal Province.
Thank you, House Chair. KwaZulu-Natal support the report.
Thank you, Honourable Kaunda, Limpopo.
Thank you, House Chair. The province of Limpopo support the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Mokwele. Mpumalanga Province.
Thank you, Chair. Mpumalanga support the report.
Thank you, Honourable Nomalo, Northern Cape.
Thank you, House Chair. As the Northern Cape, we support the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Mabilo, Northwest.
Thank you, House Chair. As Northwest, we support.
Thank you, Honourable Sitole, and of course, Western Cape.
The Western Cape support, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honourable Badenhorst. Voting is now closed, Honourable members. All 9 provinces have voted in favour, and I therefore declare the report adopted in accordance with Section 65 of the Constitution. Honourable delegates, we will now proceed to the 16th order. The 16th order is the consideration of the report of the Select Committee on Public Petitions and Executive Undertakings on the hearings of the South African Express Airways petition held on the 4th of December 2025, the 24th of February 2026, and the 26th of May 2026 on the virtual platform. Report was adopted on the 23rd of June 2026 and appeared in the ATC of 4th of August 2026 on page 89. I therefore invite back to the podium the chairperson of the Select Committee for Public Petitions and Executive Undertakings, Honourable Mokai, for 10 minutes.
Thank you once again, Honourable House Chairperson, and to the honourable members and all stakeholders on the platform, our support staff. Thank you very much, Chair. Honourable Chairperson, I'm just going to give a brief background. It's quite a lengthy report, this one. The Select Committee on Public Petitions and Executive Undertakings, having considered the South African Express Airways petition, which was received by the Office of the Chair and the National Council of Provinces, and referred to the Select Committee on Public Petitions and Executive Undertakings, reports as follows, Chair. The petition was submitted by Mr. Hlumani Kasibe, the petitioner, on behalf of former employees of the South African Express Airways. The petitioner inter alia seeks the following relief from government. 1, that government should and must own up and disburse to deserving and qualifying employees all the monies due to them, the salaries they worked for before the liquidation in question, all monies from the liquidation proceeds be paid as they are also creditors by virtue of the salaries in question, all the outstanding amounts from both the pension and provident funds full payment of retrenchment packages, which the government finally announced in Parliament back in June 2020. And lastly, compensation in monetary value for the immeasurable pain and suffering the affected employees continue to be subjected by government, as they said. Honorable Chairperson, we had a number of sessions with this petition, as we've stated. So I'm just going to go to our key observations and then our recommendations of this committee report. With your indulgence, Chair, I'm moving to our observations. Chairperson, we had a number of observations. The committee went back and forth to amend and strengthen our argument. But the first observation that we found and that the committee found is that the petitioner appealed to the committee requesting that the government pay all amounts owed to deserving and qualifying employees. Number two, that the South African Airways and the SA Express were victims of the alleged state capture, and there is a need to follow up on the Zondo Commission's findings regarding the issues that were raised by the petitioner. The third observation and finding is that the South African Express traded whilst insolvent and could not pay its employees, which exacerbated the entity's financial crisis. As such, it traded recklessly, which ought to have rendered the creditors of the time liable for the consequences caused to the entity and its employees. Number four, that past strategic misjudgment and operational errors, together with persistent operational inefficiencies and lack of financial controls, significantly contributed to the demise of the SA Express, as well as that the business rescue practitioners on the 6th of February 2020 tried to intervene to save the entity. In this regard, at the commencement of the business rescue, the SA Express deducted employee-related taxes such as pay as you earn and contributions on the provident funds and so forth, which not consistently remitted to SARS for almost 18 months. Number six, that in March 2020, the rescuers instituted an application to discontinue the business rescue. As a result, the Gauteng High Court granted a provisional order to discontinue the business rescue and place the company under provisional liquidation, calling upon all affected parties to show cause on 9 June 2020 and why the company should not be placed under final liquidation. Number seven, the above intervention was not successful to save the entity as it faced liquidation proceedings initiated by creditors. This led to the business rescue practitioners to institute a voluntary liquidation, which was successful at the Johannesburg High Court. The provisions of the Insolvency Act 24 of 1936 became applicable. Number eight, that the joint liquidators were appointed under the leadership of Mr. Yamaha, and the liquidators submitted a report stating that the South African Express traded under insolvent circumstances for many years, and that there is no evidence that the company's directors were held responsible for this, which led to workers losing their jobs and some benefits. The joint liquidators found that 55 employees of the company were still being owed dividends from the proceeds of the estate as preferred creditors, and the process of tracking those affected employees is continuing. Number 10, the employees and other stakeholders were consulted and the liquidators during this period in question. Number 11, the Department of Employment and Labor confirmed that the former SA Express employees submitted UIF claims to it and paid 1,389 claims from 1994 up until 2020. However, during SA Express 2020 liquidation, it approved and paid claims for about 525 employees. The precautionary legal services of the findings from the committee was that the payment for former SA employee salaries is governed by Section 98A of the Insolvency Act 1936, and each employee will receive a flat preferential dividend from the remaining total of about approximately 248,520.29 cents. Chair, the recommendations from the committee are as follows. It is against the observations and key findings made by the committee that it recommends as follows: that the Department of Transport, the Department of Employment and Labor, and the Office of the Pension Funds Adjudicator, liquidators, and the Financial Sector Conduct Authority should collaborate to review all ambiguous areas, such as severance packages, total pension fund benefits, and the Prescription Act related to this issue. They must ensure that any identified ambiguities do not harm employees and instead benefit the petitioners. Number two, that immediate relief is sought for the pensioners. The Department of Employment and Labor must ensure compliance with the relevant provisions, particularly Section 16 of the Unemployment Insurance Act, which requires that benefits be paid out to the petitioners. Chair, number three, the committee requests that the Office of the Pension Funds Adjudicator and the Financial Services Sector Conduct Authority, as explicitly tasked with investigating pension fund matters, investigate the eligibility of former South African Express employees named in the petition, their contributions to other funds, and their eligibility for other benefits. The committee requests that the liquidators finalize the winding up of the SA Express as soon as possible and pay the former employees what is due to them. Number five, the recommendation of the Commission on State Capture pertaining to the South African Express be expedited, and the committee at an appropriate time may want to request for the President to issue a formal proclamation on this matter. And then number six, on the recommendations from the committee, that the Financial Sector Conduct Authority, together with the appointed liquidator of the pension and provident funds, must provide guidance or advice regarding any remaining monies or funds owed to the and follow the required procedures. And lastly, Chairperson, the investigation contemplated in this report must be finalized within 6 months of the House adoption of this report. And upon completion, the affected stakeholders are to appear before the committee and report on the outcomes and propose a way forward. Chairperson, this is all done to make sure that the petitioner and the former employees of SA Express, they find the necessary recourse that they have appealed Parliament to intervene. I want to take this opportunity, Chairperson, to thank all members of the committee for their continued participation and dedication to this petition. It was one petition that really required us to sit around the table, thoroughly deal with the issues pertaining to this petition. And I can proudly say, Chair, that we came to an agreement and we agreed for this report to be tabled with all those recommendations to this House. And Chairperson, I hereby table this report for consideration of the House. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Mackay. Honourable Delegates, I'll now put the question, and the question is that the report be adopted. But before we proceed to voting, I shall allow provinces the opportunity to make their declarations of vote in terms of Rule 86, if they so wish. Are there any provinces wanting to make a declaration? Please indicate by raising your hand. I see no hands, Honourable Delegates, so we shall now proceed to the voting on the question, and I'll call on the provinces to cast their votes. And when called upon, heads of delegation must please indicate if they vote in favour of the report, against the report, or if they abstain from voting. We'll start once again with the Eastern Cape.
Chair, the Eastern Cape votes in favour. Thank you.
Thank you. Free State Province.
Thank you, Chair. Free State votes in favour.
Thank you. Free State. Gauteng.
Thank you, Chairperson. Gauteng votes in favour.
Thank you. Gauteng. KwaZulu-Natal.
Thank you, House Chair. KwaZulu-Natal vote in favour.
Thank you, KwaZulu-Natal. Limpopo is next.
Thanks very much, House Chair. The province of Limpopo vote in favour. Thank you.
Thank you, Limpopo. Mpumalanga Province.
Thank you very much, Chair. Mpumalanga vote in favour.
Thank you, Mpumalanga. Northern Cape.
Baie dankie, voorsitter. Die Noord-Kaap stem saam met die verslag.
Baie dankie, achtbare Finis. The Northwest Province.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Northwest vote in favour.
Thank you, Northwest. And the Western Cape.
Western Cape will support, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Western Cape. Voting is now closed. Honourable Delegates, all 9 provinces have voted in favour, and I therefore declare the report adopted in accordance with Section 65 of the Constitution. Honourable Delegates, the 17th order has been withdrawn from today's order paper and will be considered at a later date, which will be communicated in due course. We will therefore proceed, honourable delegates, to the 18th order. That is the consideration of the report of the Select Committee on Cooperative Governance and Public Administration on the oversight visit conducted in terms of Section 1391B of the Constitution in the Mpendle local municipality, dated the 5th of August 2026, ATC'd on the 5th of August 2026. The chairperson of the Select Committee on Cooperative Governance and Public Administration is the Honourable Kaunda, who now has 10 minutes to present the report. Honourable Kaunda.
Thank you, House Chair. On behalf of the committee, firstly, we would like to express our heartfelt condolences to the chairperson of COGTA Portfolio Committee in Gauteng Province, Provincial Legislature, Honorable Mzi Khumalo. And we also wish to express our heartfelt condolences to eThekwini, to the Ward Councillor of Ward 17, Councillor Kwela. May their departed souls rest in eternal peace. Thank you, Honorable Chair. On the observations, the KwaZulu-Natal MSC of COGTA tabled on the 20th of June 2026 the notice of invocation of intervention in terms of Section 1391B. The reasons for invocation of intervention include failure to comply with statutory obligations, failure to appoint a suitable qualified person as acting CFO during the prolonged absence of the substantive CFO, the failure to institute and implement consequence management in terms of Section 32 of the MFMA for unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure, allegations of fraud, corruption, and maladministration against management of the municipality, failure to implement constitutional obligations to ensure transparent and accountable governance through effective oversight over administration, financial management, which resulted in persistent mismanagement, maladministration, and financial distress. Then the other reasons for invocation of intervention include failure to ensure the financial sustainability of the municipality through effective use of implementation of its conditional grants, collection of revenue, credit and debt control, implementation of sound internal financial controls, risk management, and compliance with MFMA and MSCOA. Then, in accordance with Rule 218, the chairperson of the National Council of Provinces on the 30th of June forwarded the notice for the Select Committee to process. That on the 16th, the Minister of Department of Cooperative Governance approved the invocation of intervention in accordance with provision of Section 1391B of the Constitution in the Mpendle municipality. That the Minister, Department of COGTA, has advised the KZN-MSC of the Department of Cooperative Governance and Treasury Affairs that if there is failure to bring stability and improved governance in the municipality through implementation of Section 101B of the Constitution, the Executive Council should consider invoking Section 1394 of the Constitution to ensure approval of funded budget, or if the governance, institutional or service delivery provision situation deteriorates. Let me just shoot straight, Honorable Chair, to the recommendations. Firstly, that the National Council of Provinces approve the invocation of intervention in terms of Section 1391B of the Constitution in Mpendle local municipality. That the KZN-MSC for the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs should, while implementing Section 1391B of the Constitution, also provide support in terms of Section 154. That the appointed administrator should develop a municipal turnaround plan alignment with terms of reference in implementing the invocation of Section 101B of the Constitution in Mpendle. That the KZN-MSC for the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs should encourage the Provincial Intervention Task Team and the representatives of the Executive Council assigned to the municipality to collaborate with the Department of COGTA, other sector departments, organs of state, and SALCA to ensure comprehensive and sustainable planning, funding, and implementation of intervention measures in municipality. That the KZN MEC of COGTA should provide National Council of Provinces with quarterly progress reports on the intervention. Lastly, that the Select Committee on Cooperative Governance and Public Administration should, during 2027 parliamentary second term, conduct post-intervention impact assessment on Mpenge local municipality to monitor and evaluate progress made in respect of the implementation of Section 191B of the Constitution in the local municipality of Mpenge. We therefore wish to table this report for your consideration, House Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Kaunda. Honourable delegates, I now put the question, noting that we are dealing with order number 18. So I put the question. The question is that the report be adopted. Before we proceed to voting, I will allow provinces the opportunity to make their declarations of vote in terms of Rule 86, if they so wish, with a maximum of 3 minutes per declaration. Honourable Badenhorst.
Chair, thank you very much. The Western Cape would like to declare.
Yes, please proceed.
Honourable Chairperson, the growing number of Section 139 interventions across South Africa should concern every single member of this House. The question we must ask is simple. How do municipalities reach the point of collapse before provincial governments act? Mpende again demonstrates what happens when government's failures, financial mismanagement, weak consequence management, and service delivery failures are allowed to accumulate until provincial intervention becomes the last remaining option. But Section 139 cannot become a substitute for provincial governments failing to perform their constitutional and legislative oversight responsibilities. The early warning mechanisms already exist. Section 46 and 47 of the Municipal Systems Act require municipalities to report on performance and require MECs responsible for local government to assess municipal performance, identify underperforming municipalities, and propose remedial action. Section 105 of the Systems Act goes further. It requires MECs to establish mechanisms, processes, and procedures to monitor municipalities, assess their capacity, and determine what support is required. The MFMA provides another warning system. Section 135 to 140 establish mechanisms for identifying serious financial problems, assessing financial distress, developing recovery measures, and where statutory thresholds are reached, implementing provincial intervention. Chairperson, these provisions were designed so that governments do not wake up only when the patient's already in the ICU. Section 139 should therefore not become the first meaningful intervention after provincial oversight has failed. Provincial governments must explain what happened to the Section 46 and 47 reports. What action was taken under Section 105? When were the financial warning signs identified under the MFMA? What support was provided? And who was held accountable when municipalities ignored legislation? This is not merely an administrative deficiency. It is a political deficiency. For years, communities have watched water systems collapse, roads deteriorate, sewage flow through neighborhoods, and municipal finances deteriorate while political leaders ignore the warning signs. So on the 4th of November, House Chair, voters will have the opportunity to implement the most important intervention of all, democratic accountability. Vote out governments that have failed you. Reject corruption, patronage, and self-enrichment. Vote for a government with a proven record of clean, transparent, and accountable governance. Vote Democratic Alliance and vote to rescue local government before there is nothing left to rescue. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honourable Badenhorst. Honourable delegates, I see no other hands indicating a desire to declare on the report. So we will therefore proceed with the voting on the question. And I now call on provinces to cast their votes. When called upon, heads of delegation must indicate whether they vote in favour of, against the report, or abstain. Let's start once again with the Eastern Cape, please.
Chair, the Eastern Cape votes in favour. Thank you.
Thank you, Eastern Cape. Free State?
Free State supports the adoption of the report. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Nue. Gauteng?
Thank you, Chairperson. Gauteng supports the report.
Thank you. Gauteng, KwaZulu-Natal is next, please.
It's Honorable Governor, Chair.
Honorable Governor. We'll come back to KwaZulu-Natal. Let's move to Limpopo next.
Thank you very much, House Chair. The province of Limpopo vote in favor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mpumalanga. Mpumalanga province.
Thank you, Chairperson. Mpumalanga vote in favor.
Thank you, Mr. Sabanda. Let's go to the Northern Cape. Who's next?
House Chair. Thank you, House Chair. Northern Cape votes in favor.
Thank you, Honorable Mabilo. Northwest province.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Northwest vote in favor.
Thank you, Honorable Sitole. Western Cape province.
We support the report, Chair.
Thank you very much, Western Cape. Let's go back to KwaZulu-Natal province. Okay, no vote from KwaZulu-Natal on this particular item. Honourable delegates, 8 of the 9 provinces have voted in favour. Voting is now closed, with 8 provinces voting in favour. Honourable Governor.
Can I vote on behalf of KZN? We support.
Yes, please.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Governor. That makes it nice and neat. Thank you, Deputy Chair. 9 provinces have therefore voted in favour of the report, and I therefore declare the report adopted in accordance with Section 65 of the Constitution. Honourable delegates, we'll now proceed to the 19th order. It's the consideration of the One-Stop Border Post Bill. It's Bill 12B of 2024, introduced in the National Assembly as a Section 75 bill. And then the report of the Select Committee on Security and Justice thereon. The report was published in the ATC on the 6th of August 2026 on page 38. I now call on Honourable Mananiso, who's the chairperson of the Select Committee on Security and Justice, to present the committee bill on the committee report on this bill.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson and honorable members on the call. The Select Committee on Security and Justice, having deliberated on and considered the subject of the One-Stop Border Post Bill, B12B 2024, National Assembly, Section 75, referred to it on the 4th November 2025, reports that it has agreed to the bill without proposed amendments, and the reports as follows. In terms of the background, Chairperson, the One-Stop Border Post Bill B12B 2024 seeks to regulate the establishment of one-stop border posts through international agreements, to provide for the establishment of common control zones in the territory of an adjoining state, to provide one-stop border processing arrangements, to authorize the application of the laws of the Republic and the adjoining state in the one-stop border post, and to provide for matters connected herewith. The committee was briefed on the bill by the Minister of Home Affairs on 18 February 2026. On issues of public participation process on OSBP Bill B12B 2024, National Assembly Section 75, the Select Committee invited stakeholders and interested persons to submit written comments on the OSBP Bill. Notices were published in all official languages, Honorable Chairperson, on Parliament's electronic platforms from the 13th April to the 7th May 2026 for a period of 3 weeks, as you would know that it's legislated. However, the delays by the service provider, Chairperson, in publishing these notices led to the committee to extend the submission deadline from the 4th May to 26 May 2026. Further delays in this process between supply chain management and the service provider resulted in a second extension, setting the final closing date for the department. Chairperson, the submission to the 12th June 2026. The notices were also published in 2 national newspapers and 9 provincial newspapers, covering all official languages. The committee received 6 written submissions from the following 4 individuals and 2 organizations. Individuals Bekani Tabete, Koza, Nkonzo, and Tsepo Palatse, Analese Kau were the individuals who submitted. And then organizations were a joint submission of the Scalibri Center of Cape Town and the Catholic Parliamentary License Office, and a separate submission from Agri-SA. A summary of some of the inputs broadly includes the following, Chairperson. OSBPs can improve trade and movement efficiency, effective implementation, and require strong institutional coordination. Border security must not be weakened in pursuit of efficiency. Better record keeping and information sharing are necessary. Accountability and oversight mechanisms should be strengthened. Regulations will be critical to the success of the bill. Corruption risk and border posts require greater attention. On the 17th June 2026, the committee content advisor briefed the committee on the written submissions. On the 24th June 2026, the committee held oral hearings as follows. Individuals, as I said, it was Bekani, Tabete, Tsepo Palate, and Anelesta. Then organizations as well was a joint submission from the Scalabri Center of Cape Town, the Catholic Parliamentary License Officer, and a separate submission from Agri-SA. The Department of Home Affairs provided responses to written and oral submissions. The department noted that some of the issues raised in the written submissions will be considered in further developmental of the draft Citizens, Immigration and Refugee Protection Bill, which bill seeks to give effect to the approved revised white paper on citizenship, immigration and refugee protection. 26 March 2026, the revised white paper was then developed. The department is in the process of developing the draft CRBP bill, and the annual performance target is to publish the bill for public comments by the end of March 2027. The department noted that the submissions did not materially affect the clauses in the bill. The department further confirmed the extension consultation on the bill from the green paper to the white paper stage, during which all stakeholders were consulted. The committee was satisfied with the department's responses to the written and oral submissions and encouraged the department to integrate the recommendations where relevant and into the delivery services of the border. The committee believes that the bill will go a long way in ensuring effective management of borders and that the implementation of the legislations together with the Border Management Authority Act will ensure greater protection and promote more robust economic opportunity in South Africa. The bill will also ensure greater cooperation with neighboring states through the conclusion of bilateral agreements at the borders. The committee continues to encourage the BMA to work cooperatively with all the departments in border management and to continue to acquire the necessary technology to improve border management. The committee wishes to thank the commentators for their written and oral submission on the bill, which will be taken forward by the department in the development of the white paper on the citizens, immigration and refugee protection. Honorable Chairperson, committee consideration of the OSBP bill B12B 2024, National Assembly Section 75 on 5th August 2026. The committee considered and adopted the one-stop border post bill B12B 2024, Section 75 without proposed amendments. The committee considered and adopted the committee report on the one-stop border post bill B12B 2024, National Assembly Section 75, with the following recommendation: that the Select Committee on Security and Justice, having considered National Assembly Section 75, referred to it on the 4th November 2025 and classified by the JTM as a Section 75 bill, recommends the Council pass the bill without proposed amendments. I herewith want to affirm that the report be considered by the NCOP as it meets the constitutional requirements. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Mananiso. Honourable delegates, there you have it. The bill is presented without any amendments. And so I therefore put the question. And the question is that the bill be adopted. Before we proceed to voting, I shall now allow political parties an opportunity to make their declarations of votes in terms of Rule 78, if they so wish, with a maximum of 3 minutes per declaration of vote. So, honourable delegates, are there any political parties wishing to make a declaration? If you can raise your hand and indicate so. I see no hands, so therefore order, honourable members, before we proceed to voting. I will allow 30 seconds where we will ring the virtual bells to allow delegates who are outside the virtual chamber to join the House. So if I can ask the administration to clear the waiting room, if there's anyone waiting to join. Thank you, honourable delegates. We will now proceed to voting on the question. And the question is that the bill be agreed to. Delegates who vote in favour should please raise their hands and keep them raised until the count is complete. All those voting in favour, please raise your hand now. Honourable delegates, I believe the count is complete. If I can just get confirmation from the table. Thank you, honourable members. If I can ask the table to clear the hands. Last two hands to come down. Thank you very much. Honourable delegates, all those who now vote against the bill should please raise their hands and keep them raised until voting closes.
House Chair.
Honourable Mokwele.
I've raised my hands, but apparently it seems that you didn't see my hands. I don't know whether it is because of my gadgets. I was voting in favor. I don't know whether because of your past.
Thank you, Honourable Mokwele. The table will note your late submission.
Okay,
thank you.
Thank you. Thanks very much.
The hands voting against are now displayed. I presume the count is closed. Thank you, honourable delegates. If I can ask the table to clear the hands again, please. And all of those delegates who abstain should please raise their hands now and keep them raised. I see no abstentions. We'll just wait for the table to therefore do the tally of the votes. so that we can finalize the count. Sorry, honourable delegates, I'm just waiting for the table to finalise it. There we go. Honourable delegates, we have the result in. In favour, we have 28 votes. We have 5 members who voted against it, and there were no abstentions. The bill is therefore agreed to in terms of Section 75 of the Constitution. Honourable delegates, we'll now proceed to the 20th and final order of the day. It's the consideration of the report of the Select Committee on Security and Justice, on the Minister of Justice and Constitutional Development's report on the determination to withhold remuneration for Mr. I.B. Blows, who's an additional District Court Magistrate at Kwadukuza in KwaZulu-Natal. It's submitted in terms of Section 13, subsection 4A, subsection B of the Magistrates Act 1993, which is Act 90 of 1993. It was referred to the committee on the 2nd of February 2026, and the report is dated 5th of August 2026 and appeared in the announcements, tablings and committee reports document on the 6th of August on page 41. Honourable delegates, I now call on the Honourable J.S. Mananiso, the chairperson of the Select Committee on Security and Justice, to once again present the committee's report. You have 10 minutes, Honourable Mananiso.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable members on the call. Chair, let me start by thanking members of the Select Committee on Security and Justice. Chair, the committee received a briefing from the Magistrate Commission on the suspension and withholding of remuneration on the 25th March 2026. The committee was informed that the Commission received a complaint from Ms. Bukeka Ndamandi, who alleged that she was a client of Mr. Blose when he was in private practice. Ms. Ndamandi alleges that Mr. Blose failed to pay trust money to her as a client. As the Commission investigated the matter further, misconduct was uncovered, and the Commission resolved to lay charges related to the failure to disclose information when he applied for an acting position, as well as the interdict to practice as a legal practitioner by the High Court. Honorable Chairperson, the Commission considered the following factors. Mr. Blose is only doing partly heard matters, which is a precautionary measure due to the seriousness of the allegations against him. Mr. Blose was interdicted by the High Court to practice as a legal practitioner, and the funding has a bearing on his suitability to be a judicial officer. The allegations against Mr. Blose are of such a serious nature that it is not in the interest of the judiciary nor the public that he should continue to serve as a judicial officer. The Commission served documents on Mr. Blose on the 21st July 2025. On the 4th August 2025, Mr. Blose responded. On the 7th October 2025, the matter served before ESCO, where it was resolved that the disciplinary matter should proceed and to recommend to the Minister that Mr. Blose be professionally suspended. On 4th November 2025, the Minister professionally suspended Mr. Blose and made the determination to withhold his remuneration. The NCOP confirmed Magistrate Blose's provisional suspension on the 2nd of June 2026. Withholding of remuneration on the 4th March 2026, Mr. Blose brought an agent application to the court for an interim interdict to direct the Minister and the Commission to pay him forthwith all amounts of salary that have been withheld and to continue paying him pending the determination of his suspension. Parliament was not cited in the papers, and therefore did not participate in this litigation. On the 26th March 2026, the court delivered a judgment in terms of which the minister and the commission were interdicted and restrained from withholding Mr. Bloss's salary or remuneration during the period of his provisional suspension. The committee process chairperson unfolded where we considered the court interdict. The committee sought a legal opinion from the Parliamentary Legal Services in respect of the withholding of magistrate process remuneration. On the 17th June 2026, the committee received a briefing from the legal advisor on the written legal opinion. The legal opinion stated as follows: in terms of the principle of separation of powers, Parliament must respect and uphold the decisions of the courts. It is our advice that the judgment does not impose a duty on Parliament to act or refrain from acting in particular manner. However, the Minister and the Commission are interdicted from withholding Mr. Bloss's salary during the period of his provisional suspension. It means that the withholding of Mr. Bloss's salary is unlawful until his suspension has been dealt with. The committee therefore cannot adopt a resolution that will be against a court. The committee deliberated on the matter and agreed to adhere to the legal advice in respect of withholding the remuneration of Magistrate Bloss. The committee further encouraged the Minister and the Magistrate Commission to abide by the court order. The committee requested the Magistrate Commission to keep the committee abreast of the court proceedings in Magistrate Bloss's matter. The recommendation of the committee is that the NCOP resolve to confirm the determination to withhold Ms. Bloss's remuneration in accordance with Section 13(4)(a)(c) of the Act. We want to call for the House to consider this report. I think.
Thank you very much, Honourable Mananiso. Honourable delegates, there you have the report of the committee, and I now put the question. The question is that the report be adopted. Before we proceed to voting, I shall allow provinces the opportunity to make their declarations in terms of Rule 86, if they so wish, with a maximum of 3 minutes per declaration. Can I have an indication of any hands of any provinces that would like to make a declaration of vote? I see no hands, honourable delegates, so we shall proceed to the voting on the question, and I'll now call upon the provinces to cast their votes for the last time today. And when called upon, the heads of delegations must indicate whether they vote in favour of the report, against the report, or whether they abstain from voting. We begin again with the Eastern Cape Province.
The Eastern Cape Province of Legends votes in favour of the report. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honourable Nkonyana. Free State Province.
Free State Province votes in favour of the report. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Nuez. Gauteng Province.
Honourable House Chair, Gauteng votes in favour of the report.
In favour, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honourable Du Plessis. KwaZulu-Natal Province.
Thank you, House Chair. KwaZulu-Natal vote in favour of the report.
Thank you, Honourable Kaunda. Limpopo Province.
So thanks very much, House Chair. The province of Limpopo vote in favour. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Honourable Mokwele. Mpumalanga Province.
Thank you, Honourable Chair, House Chair. Mpumalanga vote in support.
Thank you, Honourable Sibande. Northern Cape Province.
House Chair, as Northern Cape, we support the report.
Honourable Mabilo, thank you very much. We'll go to the Northwest Province next.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Northwest vote in favour.
Thank you, Honourable Sitole. Western Cape Province.
And the Western Cape supports, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Badenhorst. And thank you to Honourable Modise as well, who came in a little bit late and echoed Honourable Du Plessis' sentiments. Honourable delegates, voting is now closed. All 9 provinces have voted in favour, and I therefore declare the report adopted in accordance with Section 65 of the Constitution. Honourable delegates, I'd like to thank the ministers. I don't think they're still with us, but thank you to them nonetheless. I'd like to thank all permanent delegates for enduring a marathon session, all MECs, special delegates, and the SALGA representatives for availing themselves for the sitting today. Honourable delegates, that concludes the business of the day, and the House is adjourned. We'll see you all again tomorrow.
Viva the chair.
Thank you very much.
Long live the
Chairperson.
chair. Oi,
Well done.
oi. Ako na, viva ko Gauteng. Viva eh.
Thank you, honourable members. Do have a good evening.